Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work and Sciences, Shared Future for Transformative Change, Harmonious Coexistence, Nature, Environment, Indigenous Wisdom, Diversity, Inclusion, and Sustainable Development 2024, commemorating World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month celebrations and commemorations. And also Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 76 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So before we start our sessions today, we welcome you all once again to the last day, that is 8th day of 1 week international conference. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotirnamostute Deepajyotirnamostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So initially, we'll be taking up those presentations who have missed in the past 1 week. Then from 6 o'clock, we have valedictory sessions where we have invited speakers, eminent speakers who would be presenting on their respective topics. So till we have to complete all the pending presentations. So we request all the presenters to quickly share their details who are awaiting for their presentations in the conference. Then from 6 onwards, we'll be moving to valedictory session and we will be inviting our invited guests for their presentations. So we have with us already joined Ronald O'Donnell, Professor. We welcome you, Professor, for this international conference. Kindly wait for another few minutes once the valedictory session starts and we will invite you for the presentation. Before that, we will take few presentations from scholars. You can start your presentation at 6 o'clock, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we will move on to our first presentation. In the meanwhile, kindly inform your colleagues that this would be the last opportunity for the presentations. So those who have not joined or those who have registered but would like to present, utilize this half an hour or the next 20 minutes available for you. So we have with us Preksha Bhattacharya. Kindly introduce yourself. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your audio and video, and quickly share your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I am Preksha Bhattacharya, and I'm going to present my paper on the topic work-life balance and employee resilience among female school teachers. I'm just going to quickly share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. So my topic is work-life balance and employee resilience among female school teachers. The aim is to investigate the relationship between work-life balance and employee resilience among female school teachers, as well as the impact of work-life balance on employee resilience. To introduce the topic, the study's rationale stems from the disparity in household responsibilities, with women often shouldering additional burdens alongside full-time work. This imbalance challenges their ability to maintain work-life balance, crucial for productivity and well-being. Work-life balance entails synchronizing work and personal life without conflict. This modern concept originates from employees' anxieties about demands or of their professions. It entails balancing personal leisure, family care, and work without conflict. Moving on to employee resilience, which is defined as the capacity to adapt and thrive amidst challenges, is essential for navigating dynamic work environments. Employee resilience has far reaching consequences for increasing individual competency, improving individual responses to stressful situations, and boosting job performance. Understanding how these factors intersect among female teachers is crucial given their unique professional and personal demands. Um, so, for the methodology, the present study uses a correlational research design for the purpose of investigating the relationship between work-life balance and employee resilience. Correlational research design investigates the link between two variables without changing them. Data on both variables is collected and statistically analyzed to identify the relationship's strength and direction. The aim is to establish the relationship and also see if work-life balance is a predictor of resilience. The study employed Heyman's work-life balance scale and employee resilience scale to measure variables. Heyman's scale evaluates work-life interference and enhancement through a 15-item questionnaire. It assesses how work and personal life affect each other, with scores ranging from 1 to 5. Moving on, the employee resilience scale, also known as the EMPRESS, comprises of 9 items, and employee resilience on a 7-point Likert scale. Both scales demonstrate how reliability and validity are strong, providing comprehensive measures for exploring the relationship between work-life balance and resilience among female school teachers. Pearson correlation was used to measure the strength of the relationship between work-life balance and resilience. Furthermore, linear regression was then used to see if work-life balance is a predictor of employee resilience. Moving on to the results of my study, the Pearson correlation coefficient, which is table 1, shows 0.317, which indicates a positive relationship between work-life balance and employee resilience among female school teachers. This suggests that as work-life balance improve, so does employee resilience and vice versa. Linear regression analysis, which is table 2, shows that work-life balance accounts for approximately 10.1% of the variance in reliance, indicating its significant predictive power. To quickly conclude, the study underscores the importance of supporting female school teachers' well-being and effectiveness by promoting work-life balance. It acknowledges the teachers' well-being and challenges faced by teachers in balancing professional and personal commitments, and emphasizes the need for interventions to enhance their work-life balance and resilience. Thank you.
Congratulations, Preksha Bhattacharya. Very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
All the success. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and share, or you can use chat box to share your feedback, comments, suggestions on the presentation, if any. Okay, if there are no queries, then we'll move on to our next presentation. Next, we have with us Niharika Kokar.
Sorry, sir. I'm just trying to switch my video on. It's showing that my video is unavailable. Okay, can you see me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay, so I'm having some issue with the screen recording. So can I just do an oral presentation if that is okay?
Do you have PPT?
I do, sir, but for that I'll have to rejoin the meeting. Is that okay if I do that? Someone else can present in the meanwhile.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Just I'll do that. Thank you.
Then we have Aditya Nautiyal. Aditya Nautiyal, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Good evening, sir. I'm facing a few difficulties. Is it okay if I come around later?
All camera is mandatory, ma. Why you are doing like this? You have to fix all the technical issues, na?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You are repeatedly, this is not the kind of behavior expected. See, already we are giving so many opportunities. You should not take undue advantage of, the platform and organizers. When we are supporting you so much, why you are doing like this? It will not be considered if you are not switching on your video. How will you know who is presenting? You try from other device. Because we have to maintain records, na? From our side, we need to take screenshot. Okay, next, anyone is there who would like to present?
Yes, sir. Can I retry if that is okay?
Yes, ma'am. Just a
All right,
second.
just a second.
Permissions. Yeah, now you can find.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
All right. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Niharika Kokar, and I am a UG student. So, my topic that I've done the research on is perceived parental involvement and its relationship with adult attachment styles and depression in adults. So, first of all, an abstract of the entire project would be that this was basically a study done to see if perceived parental involvement in children would have any sort of effect, positive or negative, or a correlation, positive or negative, with adult attachment styles or depression in adults. So we took three main scales, which was the parental involvement rating scale, which is also the parental involvement scale, PIRS or PIS, the adult attachment scale, or the Beck's depression inventory. So we took 120 participants, all aged 18 and above, and results, let's discuss the results later. So the introduction to this would be that parental involvement during childhood, adult attachment styles, and depression are three very different but critical factors that have influence on each other, whether it's developmental, physical developmental, mental health developmental, cognitive development. So these all have different outcomes. Parental involvement during the childhood is a huge aspect of growth and development in a youth's cognitive development. So parental involvement refers to the extent to which parents are actively engaged in their child's upbringing. It includes emotional support, guidance, and participation in their activities. And parental involvement refers to how a child's social emotional development and psychological well-being is developed throughout their life. And this research investigates the intricate relationship between parental involvement and then how this will affect the other two variables that we have, which is the adult attachment styles and depression in adults. So adult attachment styles are shaped by early caregiving experiences, and they play a very pivotal role in interpersonal functioning and emotional regulation. Same with depression, it is a prevalent mental health disorder and can be influenced by both parental involvement and attachment styles. So understanding these dynamics with each other is very important to promote mental health well-being, and also it helps us understand why this study was conducted in the first place. So the methodology here is that the study employed convenient sampling method, and it recruited participants aged 18 and above, a total of 120 individuals, which comprised 51 males and 69 females, since gender was not considered a very important factor in the study. And it completed a series of standard questionnaires to assess parental involvement, which was done by the parental involvement rating scale, and then adult attachment scale, and assess depression by Beck's depression inventory. Data analysis involved computing correlation coefficients and between parental involvement, adult attachment, and depression. Statistical significance was determined using p-values, and the significance level was set at greater than 0.25. So the results revealed significant negative correlation between parental involvement and both of the other variables, which was the adult attachment style and depression. These findings indicate that higher level of parental involvement during childhood were associated with lower levels of adult attachment insecurity and depression. Additionally, a significant positive correlation was observed between the variable B and C, which is the adult attachment styles and depression. And this suggested that individuals with more insecure attachment styles tend to experience higher level of depression. So all three of these variables are correlated with each other, and our hypothesis was proved correct. So conclusion, the study provides valuable insight to the relationship among parental involvement, adult attachment styles, and depression in adulthood. The findings underscore the importance of early caregiving experiences in shaping individuals, not only depression and mental health, but even attachment styles, especially romantic attachment styles, because the scale was more focused on romantic attachment styles. And they highlight the potential protective role of parental involvement against development of insecurity and depression. These results have significant theoretical and practical implications for understanding and addressing mental health challenges. So in summary, this research contributes to an understanding of the complex interplay between family dynamics, attachment process, and psychological well-being. Further, research is warranted to explore the underlying mechanisms driving these relationships and to develop targeted interventions that promote resilience and that helps people flourish throughout their lifespan. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Niharika. You are a little bit speeder. You can slow down a little bit. Next time
Yes,
onwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And congratulations, and wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Kritika Chetri.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your presentation.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Can I start?
Ama, you share your PPT. Do you have PPT?
So I clicked on the oral presentation, so I'll be giving that.
Okay, you can try increasing your volume, or you can.
Okay, so my
Yeah,
research
now you
topic.
can introduce yourself and start your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir, and good evening, everyone present here. I'm Kritika Chetri, and my research topic is on influence of social comparison on life satisfaction in young adults, a study amongst the Indian population. So, a little introduction. Young adult is the stage of identity versus role confusion as per Erik Erikson's psychosocial theory. So this period is often characterized by exploration and experimentation that then further shapes one's values, interest, and life goals. During this transitional phase, young adults and individuals actively seek to understand their place in the world by comparing themselves to peers, role models, and societal standards. And through these comparisons, young adults assess their strengths and weaknesses, and they tend to establish benchmarks for success and see their progress towards personal and professional goals. However, the impact of social comparison on subjective well-being is multifaceted. While healthy comparisons can serve as motivational drivers, excessive or unfavorable comparisons can lead to detrimental outcomes. Moreover, the rise of social media platforms has increased the prevalence of comparison, presenting curated content of what success and happiness might look like, have distorted reality, and could instill feelings of inadequacy. In India, where there are fast changing economic conditions and strong cultural traditions, social comparison has its own complexities, and this is what the paper tends to find. Now, the aim of the paper was to investigate the influence of social comparison on the life satisfaction of young adults in Indian population. And the hypothesis is that there is a significant relationship between social comparison and life satisfaction among young adults in the Indian population. So, since there were two variables, social comparison and life satisfaction, two scales have been employed. So, for social comparison, it was Social Comparison Scale by Allen and Gilbert, 1995, and life satisfaction, Satisfaction with Life Scales by Diana. So the social comparison scale is an 11 bipolar construct, and the scale includes judgment related to rank, attractiveness, perceived sense of how they fit in with others in society. So higher scores indicate more positive self-evaluation compared to others. And satisfaction with life scales is a five-item scale, five-item questionnaire, and a higher score signifies higher life satisfaction. And both the scales have high reliability and validity. So the study employed stratified random sampling and convenience sampling. The inclusion criteria was young adults aged from 18 to 26, and they must have Indian citizenship and must be proficient in English since the scales were in English language. Now, the results, a sample of 120 individuals were administered with both the scales. It was found that there is a strong positive correlation between positive social comparison and satisfaction with life, with a Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.560, significant at 0.01 level. Coming to the discussion, the paper aimed to study the influence of social comparison on the life satisfaction of young adults in Indian population. As hypothesized, the finding revealed a significant relationship between social comparison and life satisfaction. There was a strong positive correlation with a Pearson's correlation coefficient of 0.560, significant at 0.01 level. Therefore, individuals who engaged in more positive social comparison tend to report higher levels of satisfaction with life. This research offers several strengths as compared with pre-existing research. These include A, the influence of social comparison was studied on life satisfaction solely. B, young adult population was studied. C, young adult population was studied in an Indian context. The study provides valuable insights into the relationship between social comparison and life satisfaction. However, there are also certain limitations in study design and methodology that must be acknowledged. Firstly, the sample size of 120 participants was too small, so it may restrict the generalizability of the findings to a broader population of young adults in India. The use of social comparison scale was developed in Western context, and despite Western cultural influences in India, the country retains unique cultural norms, values, and social dynamics. Socioeconomic status, educational background, and religious beliefs could act as confounding variables. Although this study is subject to some limitation, it reveals significant dimensions that the future research can focus on. Firstly, future research should prioritize the development of culturally sensitive measurement scales relevant to evolving trends in the Indian context. The scales could also be as easy as the SCS, which were very easy to administer. This paper helps us to understand that there is a need for interventions and support systems aimed at promoting healthy social comparison behaviors, as we've seen, and we've found that it contributes to the perceived satisfaction with life among young adults.
To conclude, the paper contributes to a broader field of psychology by deepening our understanding of the intricate relationship between social comparison and life satisfaction among young adults in India. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ritika Chetri, for your insightful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Always try to have some PPT, at least with some base, some simple points, so that it will be more attractive and people will be able to concentrate on the topic. With some tables and graphs. Very well presented. Congratulations. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Aditya, are you ready? Shakti Sri. Srivatsa. Yeah, you can now unmute yourself, start your video and presentation now. Shakti Sri.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, sir.
You can switch on your video as well as.
Just a second. Sir, is my video visible?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have PPT, ma'am?
No, sir. I selected the option of oral presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue with your introduction.
Sure. Just a second, sir. Yeah.
Your video again has gone off.
Just a second. Sir, is it visible now?
No, no.
Sir, I'm experiencing some issues. Just a second. Sir, is my video visible?
Yes, ma, continue. Don't change anything. You just.
Okay. Okay. So good evening, everyone. I'm Shakti SRICASW, and I'll be presenting on the topic exploring the link between parenting styles and childhood trauma. So the aim of my research is to investigate the relationship between parenting styles and childhood trauma, with the focus on understanding how different parenting approaches contribute to the occurrence and long-term implications of trauma in children. So the current study employed a stratified random sampling and convenient sampling. So the target population comprised of young adults aged between 18 to 25 years residing in various regions of India. So the individuals were asked to fill out the questionnaires in accordance with the parental control and adverse childhood experiences scale. The total number of samples was 190. So the tools which I used for my research was the parental control scale, which was my first variable. Parenting styles was my first variable, and another scale which I used was adverse childhood experiences scale, and childhood experiences was my second variable. So now I'd like to talk about parenting styles. Parenting styles encompasses the behaviors, attitudes, and strategies that parents employ in raising their children, which shapes the nature of parent and child relationship. So there are four types of parenting styles: authoritarian, where the parents are strict and controlling, and they focus on prioritizing discipline over emotional expression. Second is authoritative, where the parents are warm and supportive, but they also set clear expectations. The third style is permissive, where the parents are lenient and non-directive, and they prioritize children's happiness and autonomy and avoid conflict. And the fourth style is uninvolved, where the parents are detached and neglectful, and they often prioritize their own needs or interests over parental responsibilities. Now I'll be talking about my second variable, which is childhood trauma. So it refers to the experiences of abuse, neglect, or other adverse events that occur during the formative years of childhood. exerting profound and lasting effects on individual psychological well-being and functioning. There are various forms of childhood trauma, like physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and neglect. So also mentioned this theoretical perspective. So some of these theories are social learning theory, attachment theory, and transaction models of development. Also, moving on to the results. So the participants who scored higher in adverse childhood experiences scale had more adverse childhood experiences and higher risk for social, mental, or other well-being problems, whereas the participants who scored higher in parental control scale indicate that they face high behavioral control or strict restrictiveness. So, firstly, the mean and standard deviation was taken out for both the variables, and then the correlation was taken out. So, the correlation matrix between the both variables was 0.60, which indicated moderately positive correlation. So, this suggests that there was some degree of association between parenting styles and childhood trauma, with a positive correlation indicating as one variable increases or decreases, the other variable also tends to increase or decrease as well. In conclusion, this research paper shed a light on the intricate relationship between parenting styles and childhood trauma. Through the exploration of the two variables and analysis of data from a sample of 190 participants, a moderately positive correlation was found, indicating a meaningful association between parenting practices and the likelihood of childhood trauma. So, this finding underscores the importance of parental behaviors in shaping children's experiences and outcomes, highlighting the significance of positive parenting practices in mitigating the risk of trauma. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shaktisri. Very well presented. Wish you
Thank
all
you.
the success.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Already we are running short of time, so we have to start our valedictory. So we have our eminent speakers and senior professors who have joined us for the valedictory session. So let's not keep them waiting, and we'll move on to our valedictory session. So as we all know that since 1 week, since last Tuesday, that is on World Social Work Day, which is celebrated every year on third Tuesday of March month. So we have started conference on that day, and till today, we have been organizing daily sessions, and we have also extended our sessions at 2 p.m. also on Sunday as well as today to facilitate more presentations. So, and we had more than 900 plus registrations and 200 plus presenter registration, and around 600 plus 600 to 700 plus participant registrations across the world. So we are happy that the proceedings went very well. So this is just brief intro for the eminent speakers who are going to speak, and we have participants joining over a period of time. So we appreciate and thank you everyone for joining us, and we also appreciate our eminent speakers who are on the panel of valedictory sessions. Today, we are having with us Professor Ronald O'Donnell. He is clinical professor from College of Health Sciences, and he is also senior global future scientist and scholars, Julie and Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, Arizona State University, USA. And he is also taking up various programs and training social workers in India as well. So, Professor would be presenting on mindfulness, habit change, and happiness. Over to you, Professor, for your session. And we once again wish you happy Social Work Day. And thank you and appreciate you for taking your valuable time in your vacation and contributing to academics. Thank you once again, Professor. Over to you.
Dr. Rajendra, thank you for the invitation today, and good evening to you, my colleagues. I'm happy to see you all again. Welcome from where I live in the United States, near Boston, Massachusetts. So it's about 8:40 in the morning here. I'm happy to join you. I'm going to talk today about mindfulness, habit change, and happiness. I'll share my slides and begin. It will be about a 20-minute presentation. Okay, so I'm Ron O'Donnell, a clinical professor with Arizona State University. I'm always sharing my contact information. Feel free to contact me if you have questions or want to arrange a consultation or education or training program. I've been doing consultation for about 15 years now, first in China, then Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and now working in India and Bangladesh. And my major focus is workforce training, how to train, especially social workers, to become expert health coaches. So the problem we have is a global epidemic of non-communicable diseases, of diabetes, hypertension. We have growing psychiatric and substance use problems. We have COVID-19 making everything worse. So we have a real challenge. And the major cause of most non-communicable disease, 80% of all non-communicable diseases, are caused by our health behaviors, what we eat, what we drink, if we smoke tobacco, if we drink too much alcohol. Those are the causes of hypertension, diabetes, through obesity, and other ways. We're also increasingly unhappy. The famous Gallup poll does a happiness survey every year globally, and they're finding that we're increasingly unhappy globally for many reasons. COVID-19, emotional upset, income, finance, stress in family relationships. All these kind of things are creating more and more unhappiness. And for me, when I try and do training for social workers, I find, not surprisingly, social workers in India and Vietnam don't have much training on how do you help people improve their health, both mental health and physical health. So I always try to find what are some very straightforward, easy approaches to help patients learn to change their health behaviors, mental health and physical health, and how can I train social workers in a way that's going to be a good match for their current skills. So I find that mindfulness, which is a form of meditation, the new science of habit change, and psychology of happiness are a good fit, and they really can help, especially in low middle income countries, LMICs, to create a new workforce that can help aid physicians and nurses to improve mental and physical health. I'll begin with the science and practice of habit change. There have been many recent publications in Western press of new approaches to habit change. Examples are the book Atomic Habits, which has sold millions of copies globally. People want to learn how to change their habits in a way that makes sense. The Power of Habit, habit stacking. These are all new approaches. The more traditional approaches like the trans-theoretical stage of change model, the motivational interviewing model, those are all excellent models, but they're complicated. They take a long time to train. These new approaches are much more simple, and for me, simple is better. So the science of habit change, the idea is to use our existing habits as a way to add new habits. And the rules are, first, pick a very small habit. I'll meditate for 5 minutes. I'll eat one fruit or vegetable at lunch. Pick something simple you can do. Don't make it too big. Next, do a reminder. Try and do it every day at the same time. You can even tie it to an existing habit. That's called habit stacking. After I brush my teeth, I'll meditate for 5 minutes. After I finish my lunch, I'll go for a walk for 5 minutes. And the key is be persistent. Repetition is how we form new habits. If I do the same thing every day for many days and weeks and then months, it becomes a habit. What is a habit? It's a behavior pattern or routine acquired by frequent repetition until it becomes unconscious, involuntary. We don't think about it, we just do it. You wake up in the morning, you might have a cup of coffee or tea. You finish your breakfast, you brush your teeth. You get dressed for work. You leave the house for work or do your chores in the home. We do the same things every day repeatedly because there are habits. And then think about your own habits right now. What do you do when you get home today? What will your habit be? Will you prepare dinner? Will you talk to your partner? Will you read the news? What are your habits? We know from science there's a habit loop that can help us identify what starts your habits. The first thing is the cue. A cue is something that triggers your habit, puts you have a craving for something based on something that you either see, think, or feel. When you experience the cue or craving, you respond to it. That's your routine. What do you do to satisfy that habit? If you see something really tasty on the way home from work, maybe a street food, you smell it, you want to taste it, you have a craving for it, and your routine is to go ahead and eat it. And last part is the reward. After you eat that wonderful street food snack, you feel good. You feel the taste, the smell of the food is wonderful. Your stomach is nice and full. You feel relaxed. That's a habit loop. And habit loops are how habits are formed, and we can use them to form new, healthier habits. Here's an example. This is street food in Thailand, but very similar to India, I'm sure. I'm walking down the street, I see a street food stand. I smell the wonderful cooking food. I crave it. I purchase it and I take a bite. Oh, it's delicious. It's wonderful. I feel full. I feel happy. So the cue was seeing the street food. My response was to purchase it and taste it. And my reward was feeling very good at the wonderful food. Now, of course, I might regret that later on if I'm trying to lose weight or eat food that's not fried. Even though it tastes good in the moment, over the long term, it's going against what I want to do to change my behavior. So habits are hard to break. Bad habits are hard to break, and good habits, luckily, can be formed more easily now with habit science. The kinds of cues could be location, where you are, the time of day, when you get off work maybe, your emotions. Are you stressed out from work, from a conflict with your partner? Are you bored? Are you feeling down? These are all things that can trigger thoughts and be a cue also. Other people, having a fight with your spouse or partner, having a conflict with your boss. These are all things that can trigger a craving. So the routine is how you respond to the cue and craving, and the routine leads to a reward. We can then use this to identify our current habit loop. What are some of the cues you have? What kind of things cause you to be craving throughout the day? Is it a certain time of day? Is it a place, something you see? Is it an emotion you feel? I feel bored, I feel tired. What do you do in response to that craving or cue? And what's the reward you feel once you do it? Work on establishing a way to evaluate and monitor your own habits. You can map your habit loop by just writing it down. Describe what the routine is you want to change, identify the cue, the reward, and try and map out your own habits using a habit loop. So how to add a new healthy habit? You want to exercise more. You want to eat healthier food. You want to meditate for relaxation or do breathing exercise for relaxation. First of all, choose a tiny habit. We use the 2-minute rule. Your new habit should take less than 2 minutes to complete. Make it something very simple you have a high confidence you can do. You write it down. Next, repeat it daily. Repetition. Every day I will have after my breakfast a 5-minute walk. And you make a little routine, a commitment. I will do what, at what time, in what situation. You can add option with whom. It's always nice to do something with someone who can support you. And you write this down and you make it a habit that you enter into your calendar and try to remind yourself to do every day. You can track your progress on a calendar, maybe create reminders. Use your smartwatch or smartphone for a reminder to be set. Create a name for your habit. My yoga, my morning meditation. Again, use a specific day and time. You recommend doing the same habit every day at the same time so it becomes a routine. Repetition helps to become a permanent habit. So for example, in my case, I like to do mindfulness meditation. Every day I have my breakfast and I'll do mindful meditation for 10, 12 minutes. Keep a log. If you see a log, you can also know the kind of progress you're making. Habit stacking is when you take an existing habit you're already doing and you try to stack a new habit on top of that. I brush my teeth, I'm going to take a walk then. I have my lunch break, I'm going to meditate for 5 minutes. It's a way to take an existing habit you're already doing and add a new habit to it. The existing habit becomes a reminder to try the new habit. So habit stacking is a great way to put habits together and build healthier habits. Write down your daily habits. You can begin with a calendar and just write down what things are you doing right now, every day routinely. Brushing your teeth, getting dressed, getting ready for work or family chores, making lunch, meeting friends for lunch, getting off work, going home, making dinner, getting ready for sleep, brushing your teeth at night. These are all habits we do every day. Write down in your own calendar some of your most common habits. Then you can add a new habit linked to your common habits. After I do my morning tea, I will meditate for 5 minutes. Try not to miss more than one day. It's a good rule. So we all going to miss. We're not going to be perfect. Missing one day is okay, but try to not miss more than one day because, again, repetition is key. Here's an example. Maybe the cue, I have an argument with my partner. I might want to have a glass of alcohol instead to calm down rather than being more copeful. And the alcohol makes me feel relaxed. I forget about the problems. It's rewarding. I want to replace that. I want to maybe say, instead of having alcohol after an argument, I'm going to do a short meditation and try and calm myself down. And meditation can be very rewarding. So it might be a way to add a new healthy habit to replace an existing bad habit. The key for success with habit science is repetition. Repeat the habit every day. Be consistent, trying to miss more than one day. And again, we use this simple form to have you write down your commitment to starting a new habit. We can use mindfulness meditation to improve habit change. I can't go into mindfulness in detail given our short time, but mindfulness is a form of awareness through meditation. You cultivate it or grow it by paying attention in a sustained and particular way with purpose, with intent to the present moment. What's happening right now in my mind and my body and my emotions. And we're not judgmental. We just try to observe the moment using meditation techniques. If we don't use mindfulness, we are not aware of many things happening around us that are beautiful, wonderful. In this drawing, the person on their left, their mind is full of things to do, what time it is. I must do some more work. I must do some chores. I must mail a letter. The person on the right are in the moment. They're observing the wonderful trees and the sun, the warm air. The person on the left doesn't even see those. So if we aren't aware of our mood, of our physical sensations, if we're distracted by things in our environment, by chores, things to do, by our smartphone, by our TV, we're missing out on a big part of life. There are different kinds of mindfulness meditations. There's breathing, a body scan, mindfulness of the senses, paying attention to your hearing, your smell, your sensations, loving kindness and compassion, mindfulness to address difficult emotions. These are all short things you can do in 5, 6, 10-minute time periods. And you can use mindfulness to add to the habit loop as a reward. Mindfulness practice feels good. If I'm relaxing my body, it feels good. If I'm thinking about loving compassion to my partner or a friend, that feels good. So if I have the cue, an argument with my partner, rather than going to alcohol, I can say, maybe I'm going to practice mindfulness for 5 minutes. And if I feel relaxed and calm, then I can have the coping skill to go back to my partner and talk about the argument, try and resolve it, rather than resorting to alcohol, which is an avoidant behavior. We often use bad habits to avoid unhealthy or to avoid cues that are stressful. I feel bad. I feel nervous, anxious, depressed. What am I going to do? Have some unhealthy food, have some alcohol, smoke a cigarette. So we often do unhealthy habits because we have cues that lead us to those. Our goal is to reprogram ourselves and find healthier ways to respond to the same cues. Now, replacing a bad habit is more challenging than adding a new habit. You've got to replace the current habit because you can't just stop a cue. If the cue is there, you've got to find a new way to replace that cue with your bad habit, drinking, smoking, unhealthy food, watching too much TV, to a healthier habit. You can then try and add the new replacement, and you have to test it. When you add the new habit, does it still feel rewarding? If it does, wait 15 minutes, make sure the cue is not there anymore. You've got to test and make sure that your new habit is successful. It often takes many tries to find a new habit to replace a bad habit because the cue is going to be there. You're going to still be having things in your environment, in your mind, in your relationships that cause you a cue to engage in unhealthy behavior. And then using this approach by adding a new behavior like mindfulness, exercise, is a way to help break that cycle. So again, the example I showed earlier, the cue is you have an argument with your partner. Your typical response is having some alcohol to calm down. That's rewarding. The new approach is to, after the argument with your partner, try to use mindful meditation for a few minutes to reflect in the present moment, to understand your sensations, your thoughts, emotions, and find that rewarding and find a healthier way to cope with that stress than with alcohol. Last of all, I'm going to talk about creating happiness. How can we create happiness? We're all increasingly unhappy, according to the Gallup poll. What can we do about that? Well, happiness is a subjective feeling of well-being, how satisfied we are. And if you're happier, you have more resilience to stress. You have better immune system, reduce pain, live longer. And we know that happiness is largely dependent upon how you spend your time. If you have too little time, if you're poverty stricken and you're trying to survive day by working, by just struggling, you have no time to really enjoy life. There's no happiness. If you have too much time, just the other problem, maybe you spend more time, spending time on social media, watching movies or streaming television or TV shows or movies. And you might find after doing that for too long, you feel actually unhappy. You wasted too much time. So you got to find a way to realize that how we spend our time determines our happiness. And the good news is we can do things to understand our happiness patterns and change them to be happier. I call that happiness by design. To feel happy, you need to focus on time. What are you doing with your time? What makes you happy? What makes you unhappy? You can use techniques to monitor your time, classify it, and find out what kind of things you're doing that are causing unhappiness, what kind of things you're doing that cause happiness. Now, one thing that's funny, maybe not funny, is ironic. We often do things to relax. I want to relax and feel happy. I'm going to get home from work. I'm going to sit down and watch my Netflix subscription, my Amazon Prime subscription, and watch some movies. I watch for half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. And suddenly what was happy at first now becomes a source of unhappiness. Oh, I should have done some exercise. Oh, I should have talked to my partner. Oh, I should have worked on this project. I should have read this book. Instead, I just wasted 4 hours watching Netflix. What we think is going to make us happy can often make us unhappy, and we aren't aware of this. So we have to try and understand our own patterns, how we spend our time, what makes us happy on reflection, what makes us unhappy. So the first step for creating happiness is tracking your time for happiness. Simply keep a calendar for a week. Every hour, what are you doing? And rate on a scale from 0 to 10, 0 not happy at all, 10 very happy. What makes you happy during the course of your day? What makes you unhappy? Keep a log in a calendar for 1 week and see what kind of things you come up with for your happy and unhappiness activities. Next, look at that log after a week. Identify your most and least happy times. Look at the happiest times, the ones that are rated 8, 9, or 10. What were you doing? Were you with a certain person? Were you doing a certain thing? Were you at home? Were you at work? Begin looking for patterns. What about your happiest times do you notice? Become more aware of what makes you happy. This is an experiment. Identify your happiest activities and try and find out what you were doing, what kind of things they were, where it was, who you're with. Look for commonalities across all of your happy times, and write them down. I find that my most happy times were after work, when I got home and had dinner and talked to my partner and relaxed and talked about my day. I found that my happy time was when I had a wonderful lunch and went for a walk afterward. Find out what your happy activities are and what's common about them. Also, you want to look at your least happy activities. What kind of things are you doing that make you unhappy, that you're rating a 1 or 2 or 3? And write those down and look for the same commonalities. What are common things about my unhappiness? I find when I spend much time watching TV and staying up late and not getting enough sleep, that makes me unhappy. What are your patterns of unhappiness? And last of all, reflect on your analysis. Look at your result of your 1 week and your different categorizations. What kind of things do you discover about yourself that make you happy, things that make you unhappy? And then you can calculate your time expenditure. You can take the data you collected, create a categories of activities, and do the total time. How much time do you spend sleeping, working, exercising, watching TV, scrolling your social media on your phone? And begin to capture what kind of things are you doing with your time in your day, which ones are making you happy, which ones are making you unhappy. This makes you conscious of what you're doing, how you're spending your time, because we often spend our time in ways we think will make us happy, but in fact, they don't. So this kind of analysis can open our eyes to what kind of things we're doing to spend our time. And we can then decide what to do more of or less of, become happier. If you find certain things are making you unhappy, if watching Netflix is making you unhappy, if staying up too late is making you tired and unhappy, you can try and reduce those things. If spending time exercising, meditating, talking to your partner or your friends are making you happy, you can do more of those things. So the goal is to use your calendar and your tracking to create new goals for happiness. And you can actually add habit science to use the same techniques. I want to spend more time. I'm going to spend 15 minutes talking to my partner or spouse or friends after work. You can use habit science with happiness together to create new patterns in your life. So in summary, I covered a lot today. This could probably be a 3-hour lecture rather than a 20-minute lecture, but changing habits is hard. And luckily, habit science is showing us some ways that are more simple, both to train social workers and more simple for social workers to use with their clients to help them change their habits. We can teach patients habit change in a way that's easier than more traditional approaches like motivational interviewing or cognitive behavioral therapy, which are much more complex. We can add new healthy habits, and we can use mindfulness to help add a new routine to replace unhealthy habits. And last of all, new approaches to happiness can be integrated with habit change, with mindfulness. So for me, I'm excited about doing more work. I'll be doing more work in training in the year ahead on training social workers on these principles in longer training. This is very short. This is more of an introduction. So I wanted to share this exciting information. I'll stop sharing now. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to any questions. And if not, I look forward to be able to talk to you again in the future about these topics as I do more training. Dr. Rajendra, Mary Florence, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Arnold Donnell. Congratulations. It was very well presentation on this day. At the time of valedictory, we have listened to so many lectures and presentations, and it's time to change. It's time for habit change, and you have aptly selected this topic, and you have made it much simpler, building positive habits and getting rid of negative habits. It was very well presented. And now I request participants, if you have any queries, reflections, feedback, suggestions, or observations where you couldn't get any topic, you can feel free to unmute yourself and ask. Professor is...
I saw a request for my email. I put my email back into the chat. If you want to contact me, please email me. I'm happy to talk to you. I do training for social workers globally, and happy to talk to you about that for your program if you're interested.
Sure. The email address has been shared in the chat box. Feel free to contact Professor for any kind of training at your college, university. Sir will be happy to assist you.
And Dr. Rajendra, I will share my slides with you. I can't share them now because of all the images. It's a very large slide set in terms of the megabyte size, but I will share with you, and you can certainly share online with the attendees.
Sure, sir. Whenever I receive them, I will definitely share.
Any questions?
I think the presentation was so simple. It was very easy to understand. Anita
That's
Sharma,
my goal.
do you have
That's my
any
goal. No, when I train social workers, I've trained social workers in China and Vietnam, now India, Bangladesh. I know their basic training in any kind of health coaching and psychotherapy is very low, right? So I try to find techniques that are evidence-based, that are effective, that are simple to train, and most important, that are good for the people of our nations, right? People of India, of Bangladesh, of Vietnam, they understand meditation, they understand Ayurveda, right? It just makes sense to them. Is there a question from Anita? If we're done, thanks for your comments. I look forward to talking to you all again. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Professor. A lot of appreciation messages in chat box. So thank you once again.
Ravindra sir, I have a question for Professor.
Yeah, quickly we can take, I think. Yeah,
Yes,
please go ahead.
sir, is it necessary that I have to be happy to make others happy, or it's fine that I can make others happy even if I'm not happy about it?
Well, you know, we're all human beings and we cannot be happy all the time. We're going to have times where we're depressed, sad, worried. That's part of being human. But as a social worker, if you're doing therapy with patients, it's important to be able to stay focused and still make good progress, even if you're not feeling happy, to be acting as if you're engaged and want to help them. You have to try and shape your mood. If I'm feeling unhappy, I can't be sharing with my patient, oh, I'm unhappy, I can't help you today, right? I must find a way to find energy and focus and do my best to engage my client in a way that's positive. Doesn't mean I'm happy inside. I can certainly act as if I'm happy with that client for 20, 30, 45 minutes. So that's my answer to your question. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Christiana.
Yes, I just want to comment on this topic, mindfulness. It's not a very common topic in social work, but I'm very pleased to hear and be part of this discussion. I just know that from your presentation, I understand that mindfulness plays a key role in every aspect of our life and involvement in the things that concern us. With mindfulness, we stay positive to even provide services to people that will need our services, and to even help.
So Christiana, I'm not sure I heard your question, but mindfulness, I'll make a point. Mindfulness is a word that's used commonly across the world. I'm talking about the mindfulness developed in the USA by a psychologist named Jon Kabat-Zinn. It's typically, it's widely taught. It's an 8-session approach, and it's very structured. It's based on Buddhism, but it's very focused on using mindfulness techniques to identify the kind of things that make you feel emotionally upset, your thoughts, your sensations, your emotions, and finding ways to better cope with those. So it's very structured over the course of 8-session training. Any kind of meditation is good, right? Ayurveda meditation is good. Buddhist meditation is good. Many meditations are healthy, but mindfulness is very specific. And if you email me, I'll give you more information about this particular program that I use personally.
Hello, sir. Can I have a question for you?
Of course, Badil. Hi.
Hi, hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I have a question that is this anxiety, depression, OCD, and all those stuffs, disease of brain, they can directly correlate it with human interaction or environment. Can we correlate these between environment and human interaction?
Well, yes, we can. Now, first of all, every individual is individual, right? So we can't say environment is going to impact everybody the same, but there are certain generalities we can make. So right now, we know in the environment, if you're facing pollution in India, if you're facing heat, if you're facing drought, those are all things that are going to cause you to be unhappy, right? They affect you, your psychology, your biology. If you're hungry and thirsty, you're not going to be feeling very positive psychologically. But other things in your environment, people, if you have a fight with your boss, a fight with your partner, with your spouse, that can cause unhappiness, right? So the causes are many. They're genetic in some cases, but not always. They can be environmental, they can be interpersonal, right? So the answer is complex, but the good point is you can help people pinpoint for them, what are the things that make me unhappy? Is it my family history? When my parents depressed, I'm depressed too. Is it my current relationships? Is it my environment? You can take a way to untangle these through a good assessment and then try and use these techniques to improve psychological well-being and decrease distress from anxiety, depression, trauma.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, my friends, I will say goodbye. Thank you for your comments. I hope to hear from some of you again. Happy to talk to you anytime, and I wish you a wonderful evening and enjoy the rest of the conference today. I must sign off for a meeting now.
Thank you, Professor, once again for joining us.
My pleasure, as always.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, with this wonderful session, we'll move on to our next session by Dr. Indrajit Goswami. He is a professor from Alliance Business School, Bangalore, and he would be presenting on attentional business in social work research. We welcome you, sir, and thank you for your valuable time and agreeing us for the session in the valedictory. You can unmute yourself, start your video presentation.
Yes. I have unmuted. Just seconds to get the video. Yeah, so I think it is visible to everybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Vijendra, for inviting me to this validity session. I joined a little bit early and I attended 3 presentations by Niharika, Khokar, Kritika Chetri, and Shakti SRICASW. So being a senior professor, I am always playing a dual role. I contribute to social work education research as well as in management education and research. So it's an honor for me that I have got this information and to share something about my understanding with the social work researchers so that my sharing with them can add some value to their thought process and their research as a career and as a professional intervention in the field of social work. See, the topic is very much interesting. I was listening to Professor Ronald O'Donnell, and he was talking about habits, mindfulness. And these are the certain skills and competencies I think a social worker must have. All the social work institutes must take care, apart from teaching them different theories, then models of interventions. But we have to now, the time now has come or arrived where we have to pay more attention to train and groom social work practitioners. Unless until we do that, our researches will remain restricted to a certain statistical analysis because everybody is a little bit obsessive about correlation, regression, association test, and all those things. And as a researcher, throughout my last 30 years of experience, I have seen those researches hardly contribute anything substantial to our indigenous understanding and helping us to build indigenous models and intervention models in our profession. So inattentional blindness, almost all the social workers across countries, across institutions, across specializations, we have this problem. Now, as a researcher, if we do not understand what is inattentional blindness, what is change blindness, what is attentional bias, so if we do not understand this particular phenomenon, then it is very difficult to ensure that whatever research we do, that will have a validity and that will truly represent the scenario existing in the society. So it's a very, very important topic. So what is inattentional blindness? So it is an ability where selectively we prioritize certain sensations. As a researcher, we may have some orientations that I want to look into these particular issues in my respondents. So a frame is there in my mind whenever I go to the field and do research. But whenever I have a frame of mind to do a research, and we have seen mostly it happens when we do quantitative research, survey research, we design a questionnaire and we go to field. And there we have a set of priority in terms of selection of certain sensations, certain variables, certain factors, and we try to build on the tool for data collection. And what happens whenever we do this, sometimes it leads us to inadvertently exclude other sensory information from the from awareness. Because as a social scientist, as a social work practitioner, we must be very much aware that what I am going to do. So the conventional thinking and non-conventional thinking both should be there in my mind. I should not have a particular frame of thinking because it is mostly obvious, because most of our faculty members, most of our scholars and students, they are a kind of they are oriented towards quantitative research, descriptive research design, and mostly they use questionnaire and go to field. So there, it is very difficult to address this particular inattentional blindness issue among the social work researchers. So sometimes what happens now, for example, whenever we are preparing a questionnaire, so I was listening to Shakti Sri, Niharika and Kritika. So they are very young researchers and they have done very good work. But whenever I see, I try to understand how far those researches are contextualized. Do they really address the Indian social setting, Indian social milieu, and our uniqueness? Because the tool, if I select a Western tool, the literature, if I excessively do review from Western literature, do they really address the social milieu, situations, uniqueness of our society, our people, our practices, our values, our rules, our regulations, our norms? It's very, very difficult. So there is an obsession, not only in social work. I have seen this kind of obsession in management studies as well. But as a social scientist, we have to change our orientation. Now, at least 5 to 7, I am talking this very repeatedly. I'm talking about this in every platform wherever I go. That now time has come that let us give up quantitative research. Let us give up statistical analysis. Let us not depend on macro level theories, psychosocial theory of personality. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. There are macro level theories, but we need to understand the phenomenon which is existing in our society, in different groups, different communities, different age groups, different professionals, the groups of professionals, different occupational groups. It is time to understand. And if we constantly try to orient ourselves with Western literature, Western tools, different kind of variables which have been identified by Western scholars, published in Western journals, it's okay to read and understand a phenomena which is foreign, but it is our moral responsibility to be very much aware about our social expectations, our social uniqueness, differences, variations than the foreign culture or foreign social milieu or settings, whatever you can call. So what happens whenever we conduct interview? As an interviewer, as a researcher, somebody might be very much fixed to certain kind of expectations. So this is what I want to see through this interview. This is what I want to experience through this interaction with my respondent. So maybe sometimes what happens whenever I am very much focused about something which is already attached to my mind and cognitive thought process. So I may not be able to notice if something unexpected happens, something unexpected happened in terms of stimuli, in terms of behavioral responses on the part of the respondent who is participating in my research. So sometimes if I'm very focused about certain things, and if I want to orient entire understanding about the phenomena, about the situation with certain factors, certain variables selected by me through review of literature, then I may not be able to understand or notice if something unexpected emerging in the interaction situation. And that might be something very important. It might be a variation, but that might be very important to add some value to my understanding about the person, his situation, his relationships, his behavior, thought process, everything. And if we can arrest this inattentional blindness, and then I think as a social researcher, as a social work researcher, we can contribute something very concrete, and that will really bring some kind of transformation in the in the entire system of social work education, its theory, its intervention process, its teaching methodologies, its grooming techniques of the social work students and scholars. So this is very, very important. So how can we help our social workers, social scientists and social work researchers to overcome this kind of inattentional blindness? So Dr. Ronald has done a beautiful job when he was talking about mindfulness. So I was thinking, yes, definitely, this is very important, very need of the hour. So every day, every institute, for every year or every semester students, this mindfulness, habit stacking, this kind of training, it is a must for social workers. So we need awareness, we need mindfulness, we have to reduce cognitive load, because sometimes what happens now, we induce our research scholars and faculty members and students with multitasking. So when there is a multitasking load on a professional, on a student, on faculty, so it is very natural that there will be deviation from the thought process. Maybe I'll not be able to focus, to pay equal attention to each and every element I need to observe, I need to see, I need to read. So it happens. It is not a crime, or it is not a what I can say. It is not a disorder. It's a kind of thing which we are indulged in experiencing due to certain kind of negligence or certain kind of mental preparedness on our behalf as a social work student, as a faculty, as a researcher. So we have to organize training, and we have to build the expertise of the social workers to remain focused and remain conscious throughout the process of fieldwork intervention. It's not only research. I'm as a researcher, I'm talking about research, definitely. But as a practitioner, when I'm going to field, when I'm engaging myself in case work, group work, and community organization, so most of the time it happens that we intervene with an inattentional blindness, trait or attribute in our behavior and personality. And that is very, very dangerous. That is not at all favorable to understand Indian social milieu and to contribute something concrete to build indigenous theories of social work, practice models. We have been doing a lot of research, have been going on. A lot of people are doing research. They are contributing a lot in terms of publication, in terms of theory building. But frankly speaking, most of those contributions emanate from or originate from the quantitative research, where we are obsessive to test theories, and mostly the theories are Western in origin. So first, it is our duty to overcome this inattentional blindness through a rigorous process of social work training. And then we have to broaden the thinking horizon, capacity to observe and see our social realities in natural settings, in artificial settings, whatever it might be. And then we can definitely think about building or helping Indian social work or indigenous social work. So sometimes we miss to recognize something unexpected during the social interaction process. It may be research, conducting interview, or it may be as a social work practitioner during our intervention process with case study at the individual groups and communities and different other practice settings. So question is, it is very important to change the perspectives. That is called, sometimes we use the word, a very beautiful word, which is called serendipity. So many times something emanates or evolves which goes unnoticed by the social workers. And if we as a practitioner, as a researcher, if we do not understand certain accidental findings, if we are not alert, then we may not be able to understand certain accidental findings. And then it is very difficult to define phenomena, to describe a phenomenon, to understand relationships, and then a perspective of people functions and contributions to society and institution as a whole. So this is very important, changing perspectives of social workers. And then the point of views, that is very important. What is the point of views, frame of thinking? So we have to train this because it is a cognitive training. So not purely a clinical psychology, because cognitive training nowadays is being given to students in primary schools, secondary schools, and different other competitive training school where teachers and institutions prepare students for competitive examinations. The cognitive structure, the cognitive capacity, and cognitive competency is very, very important for the social workers. Then we have to learn how to use visual aids, because if there are certain things very important that I have to observe, I can put a circle, I can put a tick mark. These are the elements which I should not miss when I'm going to do conduct research interview or a social work intervention. So we have to make a checklist. We have to, because sometimes we may forget. So you have to keep it noted, recorded, and then with that tool, we should go for practice or research intervention. Then we have to learn to collaborate, to integrate ourselves, to collaborate ourselves, and get feedback from our practitioners, from our colleagues, fellow workers, fellow students. It's very, very important. This is a practice I have seen not only in social work professionals, but also in management faculty members, students. Even if I'm doing some research, I never consult with my colleagues. I never go to my students for discussion, for getting their feedback as well. But as a researcher, I need to be very open. If I do not, if I do not keep myself open or make myself open, because I think many of us here have studied Johari's window, and that is very, very important theory everybody must go through. If there is some training facility also available, institutes shall encourage the faculty members and students to participate in a Johari window training. They're very important. Seeking feedback from colleagues, from students, from boss, from anybody else who are stakeholders of our life, of our professional, roles. So, and then mindset shift, that is one more important. What is mindset shift? That frame of mind that I have been talking about. As a professional, we should not have a frame of mind. I may believe in some ideology. That is my political, maybe my political, social identity. It's okay. But when I'm in the profession, I must be very open to understand, to listen, to think, to read, to review new paradigms, new thoughts, new theories, new techniques, new models. It might be from any source, but I have to read and I have to keep myself open in terms of my intellectual process so that my analysis becomes very much contextual, and my contribution really adds value to the life of people, institutions, my society, my culture, and my future. It's very, very important. So I do not want to expand more because I decided to talk instead of giving a PPT presentation, because this is a process of sensitization. I have tried my level best to sensitize the social work educators, researchers, students to understand the importance of inattentional blindness in social work research and in social work practice. It's very, very important. Thank you very much, Dr. Bijan.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Indrit Goswamiji. It was very insightful presentation. As you rightly pointed out, often unconsciously or consciously, we miss so many things while conducting research. You have rightly pointed out about accidental and incidental discoveries that happen as part of the process. And if we are not conscious, we'll be missing the crucial points and cues from the research work. So it is very much essential for all the researchers to be very mindful and very conscious of the entire process and research work so that we can be very effective in conducting our research and also documenting these cues and discoveries which are incidental in nature. And it is also very much essential, as you rightly pointed out, having a different perspectives, change, point of views, and being open so that we can accept as it is, because the research is something that is incidental or accidental in nature. It goes on the field, and we cannot control everything. And the fixed mindsets often, draws us towards an pre-notioned inclination that can distort the research perspectives or the hypothesis. So it is very much essential. And this session has been really wonderful, very insightful and need of the hour. You have very much set the direction for the social work research. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for
thank you for your value addition to whatever I have shared with all of you. It was nice to listen to you also once again. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Participants, if you have any queries or any suggestions, any feedback, feel free to share. You can quickly take. You can unmute yourself or raise your hand. Even we invite from the panel also. We have experts, other experts on panel. If you have any suggestions, comments, you are
maybe one or two questions enough.
Yeah. You can unmute yourself or raise your hand. Hope you are able to unmute yourself. There are few appreciation messages in chat box.
Yeah.
Yeah, Professor Fatai.
Yeah, I just wanted to chip in that for social work research, most times it's important for us to look at their specific research techniques and methods that are quite peculiar to social research. We try to use most times qualitative research techniques, and there are quite a number of them that are very important. It is important that our learners and students are carried along, integrate, and get some of this information properly. Sometimes doing it and hands-on skill can be very, very, very useful to a number of our learners. Now, sometimes people look at textbook research techniques, and some of the learners, some of the students that we actually facilitate and teach, must be encouraged, must be modeled, must actually be tutored to ensure that they can get the best out of these techniques. And if you make them to practicalize some of these techniques that we're talking about, it becomes part and parcel of them, rather than just cramming some of this information, some of the research techniques, and then trying to pour during examinations. Social work is both an art and science subject and discipline. So it's important for the learners to take this into consideration. I just feel I should chip in that to the presentation by the last presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful contribution, value addition to whatever I have said. Actually, if 1 minute is permitted to me, I would like to tell and propose that in social work institutions, we should ban PhD program. We should invite and install DBA program. It is very much important. So when it is a DBA program, in the model of DBA program I'm talking about, so there the institute encourages the scholars to start thinking with qualitative research method interventions. So quantitative research method we can use as a part of mixed method research, consequential research, or sometimes maybe sequential research or consequential research. But as a researcher, as a social work researcher, our research thought process would begin with qualitative research. That is very, very important. Else, I do not know, because I am not very much convinced that a domination of quantitative research in Indian social work institutions, I'm a little bit doubtful how far it has contributed to build indigenous models of social work. Testing theories cannot give us a birth of indigenous models. Testing theories cannot give us new theories. So we have to understand, and we have to start thinking, maybe from grounded theory, maybe from ethnography, and narrative study, phenomenology, phenomenography, all those things we have to bring into practice, and we have to make it compulsory. There no more PhD program. Let us develop a research program in Indian universities and social work institutions, especially in the model of DBA program in doctoral research. That is going to help add a lot of value to whatever we want to do, whatever we are doing currently, and the future of social work, education, and practice in India. Very, very essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Indrajit, and thank you, Professor Patai, for your valuable addition.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
So thank you, sir, once again for giving your valuable time and for the insightful presentation. We wish you all the success, and we look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Dr. Vijendra, can I go offline because I have some commitments?
Please, sir, as per your convenience.
Thank you. Thanks to you, thanks to Mary Madam, and thanks to all the participants and panel members. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next eminent speaker for the day. We have with us Professor Fatai Adesina Badru. He is a social work professor, Department of Social Work, Faculty of Sciences, University of Lagos, Nigeria. Professor would be presenting on social workers-led interventions in community harmony. Yeah, we welcome you, Professor, for accepting our invitation and joining us in the valedictory sessions. Happy World Social Work Day to you. Over to you, Professor, for your session.
Well, thank you very much for this invitation. I appreciate it so much. The time given to me was so short, but as social workers, a product of social work, we should really be prepared. I want to appreciate the organizers for partaking in the World Social Work Day that usually takes place, as we know, the third Tuesday of every year, of every March of every year. And this year, we know that the theme is Bova's Shared Future for Transformative Change. Of course, it's very clear that this theme emphasizes the need for social workers to adopt innovative and community-led approaches that are grounded in indigenous wisdom and harmonious coexistence with nature. So that leads me to what my proposed presentation, which is titled Social Work-Led Intervention in community harmony. I'm told I have just about 10 minutes since it's for a literary presentation. Of course, I don't have a slide here because I thought I can speak to it. I would say that it should be noted that there are a number of points and keywords that are crucial here. I do not need to define what social workers are. All of us are social workers here. And some of us are practitioners, some of us are academicians. But what do we mean by social work-led intervention? And what is community and what is community harmony? These are key points that we need to raise here. Now, for me, when we're talking about social work intervention, there are specific, unique techniques and strategies that social workers are enabled to enact to enhance capacity, to engender capability, to fill, identify social work gaps or lacuna, and provide opportunities to change the environment positively for diverse clients. Of course, we have diverse clients in our community, and it is supposed to be purposeful, it's supposed to be deliberate, and community service to assist the community that we live in meeting their felt needs. Now, of course, community, as we know, comprises of family, individuals, and groups. Harmony suggests that we must have things that will engender, that will animate peace, tranquility. That does not transform the fact that there can be conflict or crisis. But social workers are empowered, they are trained, they are skilled to provide services, strategies, and interventions to assist in mitigating any conflict, any crisis, in order to ensure community harmony. Of course, there are quite a number of things that are salient here. There are core values that we needed to emphasize here. What are those core values? The first is service. That service that a social worker must, give must be unconditional. You want to give service? That service must be unconditional, either to your clients, either to a family, either to a group of individuals or to the community. You don't begin to give services that you believe you want to get something from. That again will vitiate or will distort the kind of service that you want to give. The second point is integrity. Say what you mean and do what you can say. Don't do things that people will begin to doubt your words and say, oh, is this person a professional? But when you do things that ensure, that resemble, that equates integrity, that will show that yes, this is a professional. And that again will be in alignment with social work intervention. The third point I want to make is social justice. You could also have advocacy, you could be competent. Of course, if you are competent, you'll be confident. If a social worker does not lack competence, he or she, of course, will not be confident to render the service that we talked about as being unconditional. Of course, a social worker-led intervention, the person who leads that should really have a knowledge of what I call human relationship. You must be able to deal with diverse clients in terms of the relationship that you have. And that relationship must be professional. You don't begin to have personal relationship that will vitiate the kind of service that you render. The other point I wanted to make in terms of the core value before the intervention is, of course, effective communication. Of course, communication, as we all know, can be several forms: verbal, non-verbal, and so on and so forth. And the kind of signal that you send, that you also receive from your community, from the individual, from the group, will determine whether you are passing or you are receiving wrong or right signals. That also suggests that effective communication is key to rendering any social work intervention. Of course, the person who leads that also must have dignity. and remember and also adore the worth of the diverse clans. We also remember that Biestek reminds us of what we normally call 7 generic principles of casework. Of course, that principle will also apply to group work in a way to also communicate. What are those generic principles, as we all know? Of course, individuation. 2 individuals are not the same. 2 communities are not the same. 2 groups are not the same. 2 families are not the same. So the way we treat one family, one individual, one community,
Dear participants, there might be some technical problem, and let's kindly wait for the professor to connect back. There is some connectivity issue. Yeah, professor has joined. Yeah, Professor Fateh, you can start your audio and video.
Yeah, sorry, the network cut me off.
It's okay.
Sorry. So I was talking about some generic principles as espoused by Bested, and I was talking about individuation, talking about individualization, talking about purposeful expression of feelings, talking about the issue of control emotional involvement. When you want to actually intervene in a community, in a family, you don't allow your emotion to be involved, to adversely affect the kind of services that you render. You must accept. Acceptance is also another principle that we must adopt. We must ensure that we are not judgmental. We allow the community to determine what they want. That's what is called client self-determination. Of course, information that you gathered from that client, you must, treat with all manners of importance. That's confidentiality. Now, let me quickly, because of time, because I know I'm giving 10 minutes, and then the network can also be very funny. Now, what are those things that we can talk about in terms of social work intervention? There are quite a number of them. Counseling is one of those strategies that can be used. And that counseling that we're talking about will mean that we want to assist the client develop insights. We want to ensure that we make positive changes through guided discussion. Of course, as we all know, there's a difference between counseling and advice giving. We don't give advice in social work, we give counseling, and that is actually a professional service that could actually assist us in trying to resolve a number of issues. Another strategy that is social work led is crisis intervention. And by crisis intervention, there are lots that we can say about this. But basically, there are a number of immediate challenges that could occur, especially during emergency and conflict. Gaza war, Gaza is there, flood disaster, building collapse. So what can a social worker do? A social worker can intervene in order to ameliorate immediate challenges. And in fact, some other challenges, post-traumatic stress disorders that could occur after that kind of conflict. A social work intervention could be very, very useful. Advocacy is also another strategy, another intervention that a social worker may necessarily deploy. But while doing this, there are some principles that should guide the social worker who intend to use this intervention. The first is respect. Any social worker that wants to intervene must have respect for the individual, for the client. That client might be individual, can be family, can be community. If you don't do that, there can't be any community harmony. You must be able to engender rapport. Rapport simply suggests that they want to trust you, you want to feel good with those members in that community, those members in that family, those individuals. They want to trust you, and they want to have confidence in what you do. Of course, you have to learn to cooperate with members of that community. You must be adaptable and flexible. You don't impose your will on that kind of a community or the family. You must know the kind of safety nets that you want to set for them. And those kind of goals that you must have must be achievable, must be attainable, and must actually be focused on certain objectives. And like we said earlier, we must communicate effectively our plans and activities to the beneficiaries, not to ourselves. We must look at our client is our leader this time around, is the person who pays for us. Whether we are paid in kind, whether we are paid in cash, we must look at the fact that the beneficiary or the customer or the consumer or the client are the leaders, and then we must put in place certain mechanisms to monitor and evaluate our activities and programs. Now, I will say that, ladies and gentlemen, there are some steps that are known that are sacrosanct for us to have meaningful social work-led intervention. And what are those steps? Those steps are very, very important. A social worker-led intervention must be able to assess the what are the problems on ground. So assessment, social work assessment is key. You must understand the situation of gap analysis to know what is actually the problem. Is this social work amenable, or is it supposed to be attended to by a clinician, by other professionals? You need to refer, and so on and so forth. Before you actually intervene, you must be able to assess the situation first. The second is that the community, the individuals that are involved, you must understand their first needs, and you must ensure that you energize, you enhance, you get their active participation. Because of what use is your intervention, when you then leave that community, is no longer useful to them. It's going to be a relevant project. So active participation of the community members, using the indigenous wisdom, knowledge, and skills that are available are important in those steps. You must be able to develop goals and objectives that are very specific, that is time bound, that you can measure that, oh, at so time, you must be able to achieve this. You must be able to carefully plan appropriate intervention, then find some activities that will implement the activities methodically, and then put in place some scheme to monitor and evaluate the outcome of that intervention. Of course, in Nigeria, there are quite a number of social work interventions that have been used. For instance, in Nigeria, the federal government adopted and conceived of some social work intervention. I was director of health and social care in National Senior Citizen Center in Abuja for 1 year. And there were a lot of things that we did then. But for Nigeria as a whole, Nigeria is a big state, having about 36 states and a federal capital territory. There's what we call National Social Investment Program. It's a social, services that were rendered to the community, wherein quite a number of people that are vulnerable, the federal government or the government try to see what they can do by providing some, cushion for them. Of course, there's another social intervention, which we call conditional cash transfer initiatives. Of course, there are people who live in the rural areas, market well, let's really work to ensure that they can access this kind of, so that their life can't be the same again. If someone is poor, is unable to access food, is getting malnourished, is getting sick every day, by the time he or she gets to the hospital, there'll be more problems for that individual. But if he is able to have at least one decent meal a day, that also, ensure that we can resolve some of these other problems. So that is kind of the school feeding program. So by and large, because of time, my topic and my discussion is on social work-led intervention in community harmony. So my summary therefore is that for a social work-led intervention, the social worker must be able to conceive properly, must understand the felt need of the community, must put in place some of those core values of social worker. He or she must not impose his or her will on the community. They must ensure that those individuals, those group of individuals, that community, they have certain indigenous knowledge, indigenous wisdom, skill and arts, and the social worker must be able to partner with them in order to ensure that peace, tranquility, and harmony reign in that society, in that community. So that is my summary, that is my conclusion.
Thank you, Professor Fatah.
And allow to stay behind to learn from colleagues all over the world and also entertain some questions if there are any before I sign out. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Over.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. It was a very insightful presentation. It covered a lot of aspects. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to interact. You can raise your hand so that we can unmute yourself, or you can unmute yourself, or we can do it from our side. Feel free to share your feedback, appreciation, queries, if any. Okay, if there are no further queries, There are few appreciation messages in chat box. Thank you for receiving it very well. Thank you, Professor. All the way connecting from Nigeria. I know there are a lot of technical difficulties being faced. In spite of that, you have joined us in the valedictory session by accepting our invitation. And we congratulate you and thank you. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. So we will move on to our next presenter. We have with us VG Harish Kumar. He is presently head PG Department of Social Work, Sri Sabrisha College, Kerala. Sir would be presenting on Buen Vivir, Lessons from Indigenous Culture for a Shared Future. We welcome you, sir, for this presentations and the valedictory session. You can kindly unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Over to you for your session. And happy Social Work Day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the invitation to this wonderful international conference on the theme Buen Vivir, because the world nowadays is attached much with the concept Buen Vivir. So now we are having some small thoughts with regards to the indigenous wisdom, the indigenous knowledge, and how it is very attached with the concept of shared future for a transformative change. See, this is a very wonderful platform featured with the professors, social work practitioners, students, research scholars from different parts of the world. So these thoughts, discussions will be very valuable because all those people are representing innovative institutions that can do a lot after getting this insightful thought from the conference. Learning to understand the indigenous people and the knowledge, indigenous knowledge can actually open the door to enriching the partnership and relationship and also a respectful engagement. See, the indigenous peoples are having a specific way of life, respecting the fellow human beings, society, and the environment as a whole. This is actually the basic principles of the living of the indigenous peoples. So I am remembering one of the story shared by one of my friend. He is working in tribal community sector in Kerala state. He was working in Wayanad district. That is one of the remote tribal settlement area of the Kerala state in India. And he was planning to have some vocational training program for the scheduled tribe population there, representing some voluntary organization working for the welfare of the tribal community. He actually planned to implement the vocational training program, especially for mushroom cultivation. And he prepared the schedule, PPT, everything. And there was several people as the learners of that program. And while he is discussing with them the mushroom cultivation and the edible, one of the mushroom he already know, then the community knows they shared 43 different types of edible mushrooms they are already working with. See, this is actually the indigenous knowledge. From this interesting story, we can see that actually the knowledge, this indigenous.
Sir, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself. Sir, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself. Yeah.
Is it okay, sir? Is it okay now?
Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah, while we are working with that principles, that 5 principles, we can see that the integration of that above facts for a shared future, for a transformative change, will be the fact I am going to address here. We know indigenous communities who lives in a particular territories and considers themselves distinct from other sector of the societies. In India, we know there is 705 ethnic groups officially recognized as the scheduled tribes, which literally means the indigenous population. More than 104 million Indians, 8.6% of the country's population belongs to indigenous population. Those peoples are having specific set of knowledge. Those are very vital. When we are discussing the theme, having a companionship with the individuals, having a better collaboration with the society, and having a better friendship with the environment we are living on the theme Buen Vivir. See, the communities, especially the indigenous communities, are having a deep understanding of the land they are living and the environment, and also the certain traditional principles for sustainable development. A nurturing relationship that we can observe with the life of indigenous population. See, that is with flora, fauna, and other resources available on that indigenous land. Those peoples are actually developing a system and a deep spiritual, cultural, social, and economic connections with the environment. We know in different parts of the world, the representation of the indigenous knowledge or indigenous population is very high. UN is also having a working committee to protect, to conserve the indigenous knowledge of the peoples who are living in different parts of the world. Actually, Buen Vivir that we are discussing on today deals with a shared future for a transformative change. To contribute structural change, sustainable change, knowledges of the indigenous peoples are very vital. Buen Vivir is also an indigenous philosophical principle, we know, which observe human beings as a part of the natural and social environment. Through the concept, the achievement of needs, and a dignified quality of life flourished in a harmony between the human beings and the nature. It is very sure that we can observe that harmony that is between the human being and nature, and it is creating a dignified quality of life from the culture of the indigenous population. So there are several histories and marks in the world, such as the Lakota tribes in the United States of America, the Mayas, the Aymaras of Bolivia, and the Aborigines of Australia, and the Maori of New Zealand. So these are some examples of the indigenous cultures and their own movements with regards to the protection of the nature the protection of the environment, the land territory they are living is something very wonderful and a remarkable one in the history of the growth and development of global society. So as a conclusion, we can see that the indigenous knowledge of water management, watershed-based agriculture, and also the medicine, natural medicines, environmental conservation mechanisms, and disaster management also, all presides a healthy connection between the human beings and the nature. So let me conclude with the idea that let us stay tuned with the promotion of the great ideology Buen Vivir that will create a better future for the next generation. And we can create a world joining the hands together to self-actualize that the existence of life is rooted with a harmony between the human beings and between the human being and the nature as a whole. So let us have some discussions and thoughts to promote the indigenous knowledges of the world that is produced by the indigenous peoples and their practices and their culture to make the concept Buen Vivir really one or a practical one in the world. And I am very thankful to the organizers for inviting to the great conference, for sharing this idea. And I think while I was listening to the various presentations, I feel that this is one of the great platform during these days, and that is discussing this important topic, Buen Vivir, in connection with various sciences by coordinating eminent personalities from different parts of world. Wish you all a very happy day, and we have to join our hand together to realize the concept Buen Vivir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Harish Kumarji. It was a really insightful presentation. As we have a lot of indigenous knowledge, but unfortunately, we are not utilizing it. Much of the indigenous knowledge still remains undiscovered or unutilized. So in this context, we need to focus, as you rightly pointed out, majority of the population are indigenous population, and there is a lot, and India has been Vishwaguru since ages with that indigenous knowledge. But unfortunately, the present generations or the just previous generations couldn't exploit or utilize the indigenous knowledge to the extent that it can be utilized. So in the coming days, the entire world is realizing, because of the climate change and various other disasters happening and a lot of adversities that are happening, more focus is now on indigenous technologies, knowledge systems, sustainable development practices. So we have to go back to our roots, go back to our traditional ancient technologies, and we have to adapt to the present conditions. And definitely we have to relook the perspectives and the kind of technologies we are using to have a shared future for all in a sustainable way. Thank you once again for joining us on this wonderful occasion and sharing your thoughts on the theme of the World Social Work Day 2024. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. and look forward for more sessions in future. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir.
So participants, if you have any queries, feel free to share in the chat box. And we have next speaker with us, Dr. Anish KR. Is a very good friend of all our social work fraternity, very active, proactive in academics as well as in practice. He is associate professor and former head, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. And he is also research guide for Mahatma Gandhi University, vice president of Association of Schools of Social Work in Kerala, and also Kerala Association of Professional Social Workers. And, there is a long list we can introduce, but he is very well known and a popular faculty and practitioner. So without taking much time, I would thank Professor Anish KR for joining us and sparing his valuable time to address the gathering. Over to you, sir, for your presentation on social work in healthcare. Wish you happy Social Work Day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think this is a great privilege to come to your forum because I've always been observing the growth of this forum, where you started with various initiatives during the COVID time, and this is continuing till now. And this is a very great effort from your side, and really appreciate your growth in terms of this. And I could see that a lot of eminent people are coming to your forum and speaking, and it's becoming a big habit of a place where good learning happens. So thank you for this opportunity once again. So I will be briefly talking about social work in healthcare, because that's one of the areas where I've been researching, doing some practice, as well as developing some initiatives. So with that note, I thought, because this year's theme, we are looking at a transformative change towards better social work practice, and where indigenous knowledge is going to be respected, where indigenous knowledge is going to be utilized for our practice. So since I am working in the field of healthcare and mental health, I thought, let me speak about a shared future for transformative change in social work in healthcare. Let me share my slide. I will not take more long time, but still I thought I'll have a slide. Yes, whenever I talk about healthcare, we need to think from a very basic theory of the natural history of disease. So we know that the natural history of disease is actually talking about how a disease occurs. So which is the science behind disease and how disease occur, progress and subside, or difficulties happens because of diseases. So I'm not getting into this whole theory of this particular approach, but rather I would like to introduce how social work can intervene and where social workers can intervene. So basically, when we talk about diseases, we know that the agent, environment, host factors that will lead to the disease, then that could be reversible, then treatment may lead to recovery or death or disability. So in all these phases, now when you look at social work practice in healthcare, we can see that social work can be practiced in all these scenarios. Many times we have explored to large extent, or we have not done enough in many areas. So that's why I thought this theory will definitely help us to understand. So basically, I need to couple this theory of natural history of disease along with the levels of prevention theory, which is again very much applicable for social practice in any setting. So when we talk about primary prevention or primordial interventions, it is meant for someone to avoid occurrence of a problem. So in social practice, any setting, anywhere, we can avoid problems in our scenarios. So basically, when we talk about these aspects, we need to understand that primary prevention happens before the occurrence of the problem. Happens before the occurrence of the problem. Or secondary prevention will talk about how to identify the problem early and intervene. That is early identification and treatment. and the tertiary prevention focusing about limiting the disability. So we were not able to control before the occurrence. We were not able to identify early, but we have identified now to treat well and limit disability and rehabilitation. So this is the context. So now imagine all of you sitting here in the audience, you can definitely imagine where do social workers play a role. Are we not intervening in prevention of problems? Are we not intervening in the place where problems can be identified early and intervened? Are we not dealing with problems which are already occurred and not helping people to live a life with a quality of life, better quality of life and things like that? So in healthcare, when we look at these two theories, now I can add one more row, which there is no space for that. So one more row where how social work interventions can be planned. This is a single slide on which I teach my students how social work can be practiced in healthcare, starting from primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention, community-based interventions, health education, a lot of interventions in the primary prevention level, and early identification, public sensitization of issues, identifying issues early, all those things form part of secondary prevention. And tertiary prevention, where you will deal with our clinical skills, maybe dealing with grief counseling, maybe dealing with crisis intervention, CBT, so whatever practice. Means in all these scenarios, we are practicing. Now the question, we have done a study way back in 2019, and this was published in 2019. This article was focusing only about challenges in healthcare. So basically this article where we did as part of a Australia-India Council project, and this was funded by the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And they have funded this program, and we could identify that there have been a lot of gaps in the interventions, or from a professional point of view, there are gaps. Whenever there is a possibilities, there are gaps. So I'm not going to talk about many things, but some of the roles which we identified during the research was this. People does psychosocial assessment, especially casework. A lot of casework has been practiced in hospital setting, or group work was practiced effectively. Now, you know that our social work services cannot be just clinical in nature. So sometimes people say, okay, just giving counseling, giving some supportive interventions, they're enough. No, they're not enough. Because when you encounter somebody in a health setting, you see that there is a problem, lot with the resources, lot with structural needs, lot with the problems in living and family, caregiving issues, a lot of issues over there. So you can't just have a patient, but you have to go beyond that. So some of the activities as listed here, like psychoeducation, counseling, emotional support, health promotion work, helping people to address the financial burden in terms of income, financial resource generation for meeting the lost income or career obligations or care obligations. Then there is a large role emerging in the field of organ transplantation, because people have identified these days that most of the main transplant coordinators in the country are social workers, though there are people from other fields working in the same field. Why? Because social workers were identified as the people with those skills to talk to the family members, to get their willingness to donate organs of their own loved ones, talk to those family members who are waiting for getting an organ being donated. So those skills are exclusive with us. No other professionals can claim it, and no medical person will do it. So a lot of possibility in organ transplantation also. Now the question is, challenges are there. When we talked about these challenges, I'm not talking about everything, but there are lack of standardized procedures. When we see in one hospital, you find one way. When you go to another hospital, maybe other way. When one social worker does, he may doing one day, one way other. And there is a gap in the theory and practice. And nowadays, it has become fashion that even some senior social workers tell, no, whatever you study in your classes are not going to be beneficial. But I always beg to differ from them. If a theory does not work in a field, then there should be an alternative theory. There should be a theory which is working. What is working? That should become a theory. So there is a theory practice gap. So it is indigenous knowledge. It is information which we need to generate in our own world, so that we say that this is what works in India. This may not exactly work in US or UK or Australia or those developed countries. So that is one area we have to do. Another thing we always find that there's a supremacy of medical team, and doctor-driven practices are becoming very, very common. Another thing is professional identity as social worker. Do we have our stance? Can I decide on my own practice? The question is always no, because it is decided by somebody else. The medical doctor will say, why don't you do this? Then the doctors are happy. Some of the social workers are also happy. We visited so many hospitals, around 48 social workers have been interviewed, and we identified these are some of the issues. supervision becomes another issue. Sometimes they are supervised by a non-professional, maybe a medical person, maybe a professional who is social worker but do not have a qualification dealing with mental health or health conditions. And there are no national practice standards. When I review literature on these things, there are beautiful standards available in various countries, like USA National Association of Social Workers have standard practice standards. If you go to Singapore, collective culture where we have cultural matching with our country. Singapore, there is a Singapore Association of Social Workers have a beautiful document which talks about practice standards in healthcare. So we don't have something like that. So there are so much of these challenges are there, but there is a ray of hope all the time. So whenever you talk about this thing, there is an increasing understanding even among medical professionals. They are not just treating the patient, but not the disease, but the patient also. And I've recently heard in one of the conferences in a medical social work conference last week in one of the tertiary care hospitals, the doctor came and told, after interacting with the social workers, after observing the work of social workers, I started seeing that I am not just treating the disease, but I am also treating a person, a patient. Now, social workers expanded that we see the patient as a person, a human being. That is much more important than a patient. Now, there is a lot of specialized focus on improving the well-being of patient and family and their psychosocial functioning. And now emerging fields. Two of my research scholars have done research using a randomized controlled trial to prove effectiveness of social work interventions in healthcare. One has worked with a person with end-stage renal disease, kidney transplant and other things. Another person to work with infertile couple. And both of them have practiced very well and it's proven to be effective. They have completed their PhD and they registered the trial and the clinical trial registry of ICMR. Means the research was not done just like that, where a proper procedure was adopted and they have proven that these interventions are effective. Now there is a lot of interest on research, practice-based research. The core competency we have always been talking about. It is a research-informed practice and practice-informed practice. So there are prospects. Now the allied healthcare bill. So there was a problem with the council, lack of a council standardized procedure. But at least at the end of the day, there is a new bill which actually clearly talk about medical social work or about clinical social work. Something new is going to happen. Something better is going to happen. So we are looking forward to that ray of hope at the end of the tunnel. Now, what if, that's my last slide before the thank you slide. So now when we want to have a transformative change in social work practice, we need to innovate. We need to prove what works. What is indigenous knowledge that works? What is working in collective culture compared to that of a developed or so-called wealthy countries? What is our status? What are the innovations? Now we have to gather case studies. We have to gather information about various hospitals. Last week, we were able to develop, as a department of social work, we were able to develop a social work department in one of the tertiary care hospital, and I was part of that team. And we could see last week, we heard from various people in that hospital talking about medical social work practice. There have been a lot of innovative practices. There have been very, very beautiful interventions, casework interventions in palliative care, beautiful interventions, innovations, and indigenous knowledge has been used for that. Now, we also need to set standards according to our standard. What is the standard in our context? That is very, very important. That's the future we have to look at. Professional practice standards. What is right, what is wrong? There should be a possibility which is standardized so that people can practice according to standards. Now, there is another possibility of theory and practice integration, or new theories should emerge from this. Then professional identity. That means we have to prove that we are worthy to something. And when we prove our worth, then probably our professional identity also will grow. When we show that our interventions have been proving to be effective. I heard from many doctors last week during that conference because half of the speakers were doctors, half of them medical social workers. And all the social workers unanimously told there was an era before medical social work in my department, an era after medical social work in my department. That's the beauty of it. Then the professional identity will come through. Then practice informed research and research informed identity. I already told about it. So basically, these are the views I wanted to think about in healthcare. So in all practice fields, there is a transformative change which can happen. And this year's World Social Work Day calls us for working for our future, working for a brighter future for profession. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insightful presentation on healthcare. As you rightly pointed out, there is a dearth of research as well as professionals also. The first thing is recruitment is not happening in healthcare settings. Who can act as a supervisor for social work, researchers and students? That is the first thing even I also observed, and I have been following with review of literature. So maybe we need to focus on that, and Kerala especially, we should appreciate in that aspect that you are taking a lot of initiatives, especially following with the government and trying to address these issues. And palliative care, as you rightly pointed out, has been forefront, and the IPM has been there in the forefront, which is the World Health Organization Collaboration Center, and it has been a role model for the entire country for the models they have developed and that are widely being practiced. So we can say that Kerala has much more advantage than other states to be a role model and develop and can develop much more models where others can easily follow, implement, adapt. So it's a very good opportunity you have opened up, and we wish you all the success for your future research as well. And hope we will come up with more such models so that other social work schools in other states can also adopt in their settings. Thank you very much, sir. It was very insightful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries or suggestions, feedback, you can quickly unmute yourself or raise your hand. There are few appreciation messages in chat box. Even I see, being a medical psychiatric social worker, I see a lot of huge gap in the medical settings. So maybe in coming days, we will try to address this as a fraternity. So thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time.
Yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge that this is actually a great initiative from your side, sir. It's a great opportunity. It's a great audience here. And two things. One is actually we have been working with our own hospital called Rajgiri Hospital, and we are establishing some system out there. We have established now the government of Kerala has actually recently introduced that they are going to appoint medical social workers in all emergency departments of the government hospitals, which is going to happen soon. So it's all good initiatives. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a very good initiative, sir. Even in Telangana government also, in Andhra Pradesh also, recently they started recruiting and notifying social workers in area hospitals. So that is also one very good initiative. As a fraternity, I mean, we have a lot of seniors who can guide us in going forward, and we are also trying as a pressure group. We are also doing a lot of lobbying with the government, but as you know, it takes time, and definitely in future is bright, and soon we will also be able to have our own unique recognition in our health and healthcare settings. Thank you, sir. And it's all because of our fraternity support. I always say it's all because of my professors who have been, always telling, as a social worker, you should always be in the field, and in whatever capacity you should always do. And with the fraternity support, this platform is running. It's not a one-man show, and it can never be a one-man show. And with all support, we as a family, we as a fraternity, it is not my platform, it is our platform. It is open for everyone. And let's continue these kind of discussions, deliberations on our platform. And I thank you once again for your valuable time and contributions, sir. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions and collaboration in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge I'm very closely associated with the All India Association of Medical Social Professionals. They're a very active group. They're actually doing a lot of work with regard to the fulfillment of the goals of medical social work. Thank you. Now I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our next presenter. We have with us Basaraj Lavani, sir. He is retired Dean and Professor, Department of Social Work, Bharatiya Vidyapith University, Pune, and he's also presently Director, JSF Research Center, which is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. And he is very well-known professor, faculty, and we don't require much introduction. Sir is very well known for his research and for his guidance and his contribution to the social work fraternity. As an activist also, as heading the Social Work Association in his state, he is very proactive. Lavani, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You can unmute yourself and you can start your video. If you have any PPT, you can start your presentation. We thank you once again for joining us within a short notice, and happy Social Work Day.
It's my pleasure, sir. It's my pleasure to join.
I know. As an activist, you have been putting your entire life into that. But still, we have a hope.
Where? So things are going on well.
Sir.
We are very happy that you are doing a wonderful job.
With all the support, sir.
Yes, knowledge dissemination is more important. You are inviting people from different corners of the country and out of country also. For these things are to be appreciated like anything. Good evening to all of you. And I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra RM sir for inviting me to say a few words today on the occasion of the celebration of International Social Work Day. Miss Mary always request me, sir, please you join and talk on the occasion. But due to some other difficulties, constraints, sometimes I do not do like that. Today I am able to talk to you all. Just to say a few words, social work profession today has expanded like anything. It has spread its all, the branches horizontally. We have many good practitioners, academicians, and of course, experts who have been contributing to the field of social work. My previous speaker, I was unable to know his name, did very good efforts as far as the issues and the challenges concerned with the medical social work practices. Those are commonly applicable to almost all the fields. to me, at least in medical social work, something has formalized. And it is, accepted like anything. But in other fields, the other specializations as such, rural development, community organization, family and child welfare, and more particularly in the NGO setting, this profession has not fully, getting its own status and recognition. Therefore, the reason behind are many. We have been talking and talking and talking that there are many problems. But how long we should do the same thing? Therefore, let us come to field and try to understand what are the issues concerned with this. From 1936 to till today, we have spent many decades. But unfortunately, we have not grown professionally as it was expected to be grown. Reasons behind are many, neither you nor me or any individual or any organization as such, the system as a whole. We have been repeating that to practice any profession, there are some characteristics of the each and every profession. The profession will have its own scientific body of knowledge. It should have the well-defined field of practice. It should have its own well-defined clientele system. Fourthly, it should have its own professional organization through which we get professional identity. And lastly, the profession should have a controlling, regulating body that we call it as a council. Among these five, I am more concerned with two important things. Wherever I go and I talk to the people and on different occasions, I do say that after all these years, with many efforts, we are unable to build a national level professional organization which take care of the profession. I hope all of you who have joined here and listening to me will agree with me. It's because we have witnessed that none of the organization, we had a SWI in the 1960s, Association of Schools of Social Work Education in India. And thereafter, then Bombay Trained Social Workers Association and many organizations are coming. And they are working in a different vacuum. And most probably as per their whims and fancies. They are more concerned with their own platform, to maintain their platform, to be there on the bodies, and less is done for the growth of the profession. Recently, two organizations, they had their elections. I don't want to take the name of those organizations. There was a fight between those two. In the same organization, there were two groups. Both the groups claim that we are the winners. I am the president, you are the president, I am the secretary, you are the secretary. How long you are going to take such things in the society? I mean, in the professional society, like professional social worker society. somewhere the day has come that we'll have to unionize ourselves. Dear friends, we teach in the classrooms how to build a trade union. We teach our students how to organize ourselves for a common cause. We teach our students how to establish an organization like NGO or trust. We teach how to go on social action. But unfortunately, all these years have spent. This is always my concern. And Agoni, you can say that we are not coming on a common platform to address the issues concerned with the professional social work. And recently, because of no regulating body, the course structure has been changed like anything. And these course structures are changing not as per the requirement of the society, but as per the requirement of the institutions and the professors working over there. For example, social work education is having a systematic fieldwork practice that we call it as a concurrent fieldwork. And this concurrent fieldwork is spread in a week like that: 2 days theory classes, 1 day field practice, again another 1 day theory class, 2 days, and again for the field practice. Means 4 days theory classes, 2 days field work. A student will learn theory in the classroom on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, he or she will go to the field and will try to test the knowledge gained in the classroom in the field in different settings. And Thursday, again, he come to the class and talk to his teacher supervisor and discuss the issues and matters concerned in the field work and try to resolve those issues. And again, Friday, the candidate will go to the field and whatever changes you have made, accordingly, again, he will start his practice. And Saturday, again, he come, discuss with his teacher supervisor, and Saturday, Sunday, he or she will write the report, and Monday will submit fieldwork report to the concerned teacher. But today I am witnessed and I am party to that sometime, wherein I have put my decent notes in the board of studies very recently, 2-3 months back also, that there are departments and universities, they are removing disturbing the fieldwork system. In one of the universities, there is no concurrent fieldwork. They said that we will do fieldwork after the semester, end of the semester. When we ask them, no, we don't have fieldwork agencies. If you don't have fieldwork agencies, stop the course. In the medical profession, unless there is a hospital to practice, medical colleges are not granted permission. In the same way, whenever the government give recognition to the colleges of social work, they should ensure that there are sufficient number of fieldwork agencies. It may be a hospital, it may be an NGO, it may be a Gram Panchayat, or it may be an industry. But the newly coming department should prove that we have sufficient number of organization for the students for their field work. This is not done. This is not done because there is no regulatory authority. There is no council. And accordingly, the fieldwork system has been totally disturbed. I am not conservative that it should not be changed. Any change that is positive is most welcome. The change that is destructive is not at all welcome and condemnable. Therefore, we should take care of this, and this care has to be taken by the professional associations and the council over there. The coming days are very challenging for us because we talk of international organizations. Tomorrow, international universities are coming, international NGOs are coming. They will have a well-defined systematic knowledge and practice. And if we fail to do that, then we'll be lagging behind it. Therefore, these two things, these two components, one, that is the professional organization, and the second, the council at the national level. If these two things are brought over there, then and then only we can very much comfortably practice the professional social work. Otherwise, it's very difficult to survive in the field. We are noticing and witnessing that in the industries today, there is a competition for the MSW HR students. MBA HR students are there. Psychology students are appointed to the HR officers, thinking that they know the counseling and they understand the emotional part of the employees. The IT engineers are also appointed as the HR officers in the IT industry. In the hospitals, I have conducted a research study on medical social work practices in Pune city. We have visited around 35 to 40 departments of medical social work wherein practice is done. These medical social workers, they do not have any identity of their own profession, and they are not much respected in the hospitals. My dear friends, medical social workers are equivalent to the doctors. There is no superiority, inferiority. Doctors are expert in their field. MSWs are experts in their field. Therefore, you are better, I am not better. This question does not arise. In many hospitals, there is no separate department for the social workers. Many hospitals, the social workers are made to sit at the gate of the hospital, putting the board, may I help you? Is it our job? May I help you is a job of a receptionist. And there our MSWs are appointed. It is because it is not formalized, it is not well structured as far as department is concerned. My previous speaker was talking on the medical social work practices. I have published that my research project in the form of book, that is Medical Social Work in India. It may or may not be available in the market. 1,000 copies were printed and immediately they sold off. Therefore, whether it is a hospital setting or an industrial setting, or in a rural development, or in a family and child welfare, there is a challenge to face it. And this has to be taken care by the senior teachers like me and some other my colleagues. Otherwise, the future is very worst. Then what is the way out? Fortunately, for social work, there is a good future, provided if we overcome the lacunas. One more issue before I conclude that. Let us have a review of government schemes, both state government and central government schemes, as regards to the position of the social worker. We all of us know that through the Central Social Welfare Board, funded by the Government of India, they give permission to the NGO to start the counseling centers. And you may laugh at the salary structure. Even today, the salary given to the social worker in the family counseling center is not more than 8,000. It was happened to me, and I was given an opportunity to review, means the functional audit of the NGOs, more particularly family counseling centers in Vidarbha part of the Maharashtra. We were 5 members in the committee, and we could review not less than 50 family counseling centers funded by the Central Social Welfare Board. Out of 50, hardly 5 to 6 were functioning well. Otherwise, remaining, there were only boards. The family counseling board was not there. When you enter the inside, no office, no persons, nothing. We got the photographs And we wrote the report and sent it to the Central Social Board and Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And then those days, 6 years back, the salary was only 6,000 to the family counselor, so counselors in the social in the family counseling center. And with this 8,000 salary, we requested at least to make 20,000. Strongly recommended by our committee. There were 4 committees in Maharashtra. All the 4 committees invariably recommended to the government of India. Today, if you check it, I'm 100% sure that it's not more than 8,000. Can you tell me that a salary of 8,000 rupees, an MSW who is a professional social worker, who has put his life or her life 17 years in the education, and a city like Pune, city like Chennai, city like Mumbai, and if they are getting 8,000 salary as the medical social, the family counselors, is it possible to give counseling services for a person who is starving himself, who is unable to meet his own daily basic needs? This is not one. Recently in Maharashtra government, the Women Commission, they had declared, they had given a notification for undertaking the research projects on related to women. What was the salary of the coordinator of the project, research project? The salary was just 14,000. And for field workers, 10,000 salary. Is it a salary? My dear friends, these 2 examples I'm giving, you just have a review of all the schemes funded by the state government and central government. All the salaries are meaningless, and it is the same on our part. If the salary mentioned for the MSWs is 8,000, it is really same on our part. So here, our challenge is required. We all should unite ourselves and approach to the concerned government to bring some salary structures for the social workers. For teacher, there is a salary structure. Doctor, there is a salary structure. For all the professionals who are working in a formal employment, they do have the salary structure. They have increment system. They have promotion routes, etc. Everything is clear. But our jobs are not well structured as such. Our appointments are on simply projects. It is because of this, there is lack of growth of the individual professional, and this has to be taken into consideration as a matter of discussion and a matter of problem to be addressed, and it has to be resolved at the earliest possible. Except in teaching, other than that, MSWs are suffering a lot as far as salaries are concerned. And because of this, what is happening to this course, I tell you, the topmost intellectual cream of the graduates, nowadays, they are not turning towards the MSW course. They are thinking to go for other courses. Then if the quality, the metal itself is not good with our departments, then you cannot expect good results also. There are many issues. These 2-3 examples I have given, because there are some other speakers also, they are waiting for their, to deliver their lectures. But what is the best thing is that there are opportunities. Opportunities are more. Panchayat Raj is there today in almost all the entire state, except few states. In every panchayat, there will be a social worker appointed with a different designation. In hospitals, today hospitals have recognized that social workers are required. In NGO, social workers are accepted. And most importantly, one more field is opened for us, that is CSR projects, Corporate Social Responsibility Project. So there, MSWs are given preference, but salary is better than the NGOs. They get 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. So these are the few opportunities. Academics is there, of course. In most of the universities today, the positions are vacant. The teachers are not available. And this is another emerging problem. And for this also, We means who? Again, the question comes that the professionals should get together. They form into an association at the national level. Then and then only there is a survival. And this association should struggle to pressurize the government to establish a council. We have all the councils. We have dental council, medical council, we have Ayurveda council, we have distance education council, we have nursing council. You name a professional course, there is a council. Unfortunately, MSW, that is social work, we don't have any council. We need to work on that. We'll have to work. My dear friends, most importantly, my dear senior professors who are on the verge of retirement, who have retired, and who are in the middle of their career, all should collectively think and try to bring one national level professional association which will dictate the terms in good sense as far as the academic growth is concerned, professional growth is concerned, and the question of identity of the profession is concerned. The question has arrived in front of us that the question of survival and existence. Are we there? What is happening to that? We are everywhere. I always make a comment that we are everywhere, but we are nowhere. Social workers are required in every field, but for important occasions, important decision making, we are not there. Therefore, all will think that these two things will have to bring, that is the national level association. Today, state level in Kerala also, they have some good organization. In Andhra Pradesh, maybe having, I'm not much aware about this. In Maharashtra, we have a strong association, that is organization of social work teachers and non-teaching staff. That is called as MASWE, Maharashtra Association of Social Work Educators. And we have been working for the last 20-25 years in the field. My dear friends, in Maharashtra, there are 57 MSW private colleges affiliated to universities and funded by the government of Maharashtra. And government of Maharashtra was reluctant to give the retirement benefits which are given to the other professors. It was very strongly rejecting it. We, through our association, MASWE, we approached the High Court, we put the petition, and Nagpur bench, it is rejected. Then we went to the High Court. In the High Court, it is in favor of us. As a result, in Maharashtra, all the teachers like me, professors like me, who have been retired from the autonomous colleges, private colleges, they are getting the pension, gratuity, and all the retirement benefits. This is our achievement in Maharashtra. And the same thing, like MASWE or the associations in Kerala or in some country, we need to come together, all small organizations, they should help to form a national level association. Otherwise, there is no survival, there is no future at all. There is a lot to talk. I am very much thankful to Dr. Ravindra RM for inviting me to say a few words about this. And I wish you all the best, sir, in your future career, in organizing so many activities, conferences regularly, continuously. You go on doing it. I have never seen a person like you, a wonderful person like you. So you make a lot of efforts. You tap the doors of many academicians and invite them and bring them on this platform. And for even new people, you are providing them opportunity to come on the dais and share their thoughts. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Lavani sir. In fact, it is the inspiration which has been drawn from senior professors like you, to encourage, and whatever within the available resources we can put forward. So it's a great inspiration drawn from senior professors like you, and we can take a lot of inspiration in terms of practice or activism also. As rightly said, you have done a lot in terms of lobbying and putting pressure on government and advocacy. Even similar efforts has to be taken at a national level, rightly pointed out. unfortunately, things are not so constructive and productive, but going on slowly. But as you rightly said, seniors especially who are going to retire because they enjoyed a good amount of time, and with their initiative they can do very much. They can contribute a lot with their contacts and with their well-established network. I think it's a high time that we all together go with it, and the seniors come forward and guide the juniors and as well as all others, practitioners as well, to take forward. Maybe we are always there to take the guidance, but if the fraternity, senior fraternity also takes us into confidence and guide us, definitely we all can go together. And soon hope that will also come, because almost many of them are in the verge of retirement, and hope the blend of both the seniors and juniors will definitely bring out some new perspectives and better future. Thank you, sir. You have been always, very practical, pragmatic in your session. That's why I always look forward for your session, because it's not always social work. We don't talk always in terms of, the brighter side. We also need to discuss the challenges that we are facing. At the same time, we need to have hope, and definitely professors like you always give us a hope that in spite of lot of struggles, we still have a hope for a better future. Thank you, sir, once again for your valuable time and insights and joining for the conference and Social Work Day celebrations. And congratulations once again. And we wish you all the success in your future endeavors. Thank you, sir. Once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So with these wonderful sessions today, I'm very much blessed that all our senior faculties have been joining us and addressing. So we are very fortunate on this day. So we'll move on to our next presentation by Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, ma'am. She is a senior assistant professor from Amity University, Department of Social Work. And ma'am would be addressing on Code of Ethics and its applicability towards indigenization. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for having me here on this great platform where we are celebrating International Day of Social Work, and you have made it a week-long, affairs, and only you can do that, sir. And thank you for having given this opportunity and this platform. I would like to mention even Miss Mary, how she, contacts each one of them, as already being said by Lavani sir, that, how Mary so softly and gently and, such nice attitude, she invites us for every occasion. And thank you to your leadership, Ravindra sir, and thank you to all your team. And it's my fortune that today I'm sharing the dais with BT Lavani sir. I never knew all this time, ever since I have started my, journey of being a professor. A teacher in the university. I've been in touch with him, and never ever I felt that he's such a highly statured person, and he's already retired, because when I interact with him, I always felt, for publication purpose, this, that, and all, I always felt I'm, talking to a person who's, his vigor and energy is like somebody who's newly started the profession. So that's what, since I'm a representative of ACAP that, works on active aging, sir. So you are really epitome of active aging. And now also the kind of insight you have given, you have covered up the whole issue of professionalism and our conduct to issue of our own council and all. So aligning with the same thing, my job is being done by B.T. Lavani, sir. Thank you, sir. And for giving us such great insight, and it was so experiential that you shared all your leadership and how you got things done and all. So that has given us a lot of energy to look forward and do something like that in future to come. And as rightly being said by Ravindra sir, that we'll all, come together to be a force to really, have our own council in days to come and let it happen in near future. So, last time also, I think last year I had talked about this topic. Today, I'll be giving you insight on Model Code of Ethics for Indian Social Worker. It is very, very important. Before I begin with really a context, I would like to tell every one of you that it is very, very important that we have a our conduct, our behavior, our professionalism, our professional, actions, the way we speak, the way we present ourselves should, reflect the inside value in us, which we have inculcated, since our childhood. And that is what is going to really make a mark as a professional. Because if we are dual in our personality, in the sense, I've seen many of the professionals who have really, achieved heights and all. I've seen them, when we closely work with them, they lack such values and ethics. And though we see them, lacking in all that aspect. And that's how, a new budding professional, we lose the hope, or if the senior professors like this could be something like this. I mean, how are we supposed to get insight, and how are we supposed to look up to the role models and all? So, just adding to what B.T. Lavani sir has said is like, so leadership is what we require in, making a council. And today, when I'm talking about Model Code of Ethics for social worker, see, this Model Code of Ethics also does not come from India. It comes from many countries, and it comes from amalgamation of the work that has been done by different association, international, national association. We have brought the best in order to, and when we are trying, when we have tried to bring the best as far as Model Code of Ethics is concerned, we have tried to kind of bring it together in order to align with the core values. And when we are talking about core values of service and, dignity of human being and all, I would like to highlight, when I'm talking about indigenization, we are trying to talk about our core traditional Indian values. So when it comes to core Indian values, are somewhere down the line, every, see, we say God is there, God is there. So God is always manifesting, through some, through some character. They are normal human beings who are born, but they manifest such characteristic, and they happen to practice those, and that becomes a code of conduct, or that becomes a basic values for the human being to carry forward, because they have practiced all those values and then that was very useful for the well-being of not only the person who is practicing, for well-being of the family, society, and global and even universe. And that becomes the values. So those values, as reflected in the social work, those values are service, social justice, dignity and worth of the person, importance of human relationships, and integrity and competence. There are about 6 values, intrinsic values, that social worker have to adhere to. And these values, adhering to all these values, we have been able to adapt the code of ethics, so model code of ethics for Indian social workers. So if I have to tell you the code of ethics, it is multidimensional in nature. It is so multifaceted. And when it comes to code of ethics, it is not only we are supposed to teach or preach people. It is supposed to be first practiced yourself. All those model code of ethics should be reflected in your daily speaking, how you speak, how you conduct yourself, how you take up the responsibility, and how you become part of the group, in helping to make the group reach to its goal, right? And our goal should be something that has already been reflected by great father of the nation, Gandhiji, that is Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. And many personalities in the past, even though they were not professional social workers per se, but they have been able to reflect many attributes of a great social worker. And to name few, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, to so many, Gandhiji himself and Rabindranath Tagore, there are many personalities, Vivekananda, so, and so, I mean, till today, Kailash Satyarthi, how they have been able to inculcate those intrinsic values, and they are able to exhibit in order to help, themselves and their community, their society, in order to take the human civilization forward, and in tandem with nature, the Prakriti. So, first is the social workers' conduct and behavior as a social worker. So, first comes about self, So we as a social worker should be self-reflective. We should be able to understand ourselves, we should not be subjective in assessing ourselves. We should be objective in assessing our own self. We have to check on everyday basis, how is our conduct, how is our behavior towards the client, towards the colleague, towards the work that has been given to us, how is our conduct. So, I mean, it is very, very important that when we are talking professionally conducting ourselves as a social worker, we should not forget that we should not have a dual personality. We should be able to behave with the same level of values and ethics in our family, in our social milieu, in interacting with the juniors and seniors, and our authority, and even our student. So our value system should reflect in all of our conduct, right? Next is the social worker's ethical responsibility to clients. So it is very, very important for all the social worker to understand client are not only money. You should not compare them to money. The way we see, other professionals, as Lavani sir has already said, other professional like, lawyers and doctors, they have council, Bar Council of India, the Medical Council of India and all. So they are being given guidelines, so they have to act according to the guidelines and all. Otherwise, they will be deprived of the licenses, right? But in social work, the agency can only do the work of a monitor. They can only just kind of review you and all. But your very conduct is your reflection of your persona and your personality, and that the client can understand what you are, and how competent you are, how good you are, how objective you are, I mean, how you are not your perception of the client should not reflect your biasness, the kind of bias attitude you are brought up with. Your socialization should not reflect, if it is positively socialized, that's fine, that would add to your value system. But if you are negatively socialized, like, don't talk to that religion, that community, and these community are supposed to be like this, if you have such such doubt, prejudices, or such kind of things at the back of your mind, you can take my words, you can never be a good human being and never be a good professional, because I'm speaking out of my experience since 2003. So, and through experience, I have been able to overcome, everyone has a specific way of socialization. We learn through people around us, the family we are born and all that. We try to look down upon, have prejudices, biases and all. I mean, that's, yes, that's, we are natural, that's very organic, But, when you are entering into the profession, you should always be very mindful of your conduct with a client, because client are there and you are not supposed to be judgmental. You are not supposed to leak out the privacy of you have to respect the privacy of the client and all that. You've got to be very, very careful about who to share it and how you share it, and what all are the areas and things that you should share professionally. So all that, maintaining the dignity of a client, you've got to conduct yourself, and you should not you should not treat the client as money plant. So they are not money plant to you. You have to you have to have an objective or goal to help that person to help himself. That is the very objective and goal of social workers. The third is the social worker ethical responsibility to colleague, respect, fairness and courtesy. So there are a lot of years official, I've been working since 2003, and because of me being from army family and my husband being in the international organization and all that, I have been on a move, and I happened to in the kind of early years of my professional growth and all, I had to move from one university to the other, because as per how my husband was located and relocated. So, there are loads of people, the kind of people, they come from different socioeconomic, cultural background. They have a different, multidimensional socialization, aspects and all that. There are factors that determine their personality and all that. There are people who irritates you, who are not good, about it and all. But you have to see, we can't be 100% fair and all, but we've got to try to conduct ourselves in a way that even though you get to bump into a colleague who is not having a high level of values and all that, you've got to understand that understand to kind of, you know, I mean, help yourself to professionally conduct yourself, and then, in a meantime, you have to take that person as a case, in the sense, unknowing, I mean, you should not make them know, but you have to help that colleague to understand how can things be better, so that way. And but you must have utter respect to the people who are, senior colleagues, and you have to have a very fair in your conduct with students and all that. And if there are some kind of not a good healthy atmosphere in the office and all, you've got to understand and take a middle path to follow the righteous way. That should be the way, because as a social workers, you have a very challenging atmosphere in the agency, in any institution of educational institute and all you go to, because you will get to work with people who don't align with you in many value aspects and all that. So it becomes difficult, but you have got to strive hard to follow the middle part, and then try to come together as a team to take your mission of mission to accomplish your mission of the well-being of the organization, well-being of the society, well-being of the client. If you are in the agency, well-being of the agency, your supervisor, your founder, so all these officials and all, teaching staff, non-teaching staff and all that. So we have to be careful in our conduct. The social worker ethical responsibility to employers and employing organizations, social worker as an employee. So social worker has ethical responsibility to employers and employing organization. We have to be whatever they are paying, see, whichever government or private university you are working in, NGOs and all, it is very difficult to get job. And as rightly being reflected by Lavani sir, that it is very, very difficult situation now. FCRA and all that bills have really shut down many good, very authentic organization like World Vision India and many organizations that had been working with 101% of authenticity and integrity. Those organizations, because of FCRA not renewed and all, so they have already stopped working. But I mean, see, but you have to, whatever organizations you are working in, it is very difficult for social worker to, it is very, very difficult for social worker to kind of, it is very difficult. Just a second, there is something at home. It's very, very important. I'm so sorry. Ravindra sir, just a second. Something else. So it is very, very important that agency and all you are working with, and a lot of difficulties the social worker are having to be employed and all, because many good organizations have shut down and all. So whatever organizations are coming up and they are already there in the market and all, you have to be very faithful. Their objective, their mission, vision. You should align your mission vision with the mission vision of the organization you are working with. Then only you will be able to enjoy different aspect of working with the organization. Because if you are not able to adhere and all, so it's very important because many students come to me while I take the feedback of their agency experience and all. So they say, they say, Charakla ma'am, they are not showing us the papers, documents, and these, that, and all. So they say it's privacy, and they are not open with their working, and, many things. They are not open with the salary, the structure, functioning aspects, and all. So I tell them, go slow, because you are budding social worker, you are a trainee, so behave like a trainee, in the sense, I mean, these are the environment, you are going to see, and you should know how to navigate through. You should know how to kind of channelize your energy and all. Whatever work is given by them, you do that with the utmost competence and fulfillment and all. So that would help you to at least learn 50% of something. So that way, it is very, very important that, for a social worker to adhere to the mission vision of the organization, because that is the thing they want to achieve, and that you should align. You should not be the contradictory factor and create problems and all that. Okay, how they are working and all. And yes, if you feel there should be positive change and all that, and you find things not going right way, it's little corrupted and all, after having experienced that, I mean, you would get us, you will form a niche for yourself to kind of, niche for yourself to express, express your viewpoint and all that, and that time in the meeting and all, GBM meeting, the faculty meeting and all, you can always put out those issues in a very, very nice manner, without offending any person in specific and all. So you can put out your ideas and, dislike or something. You can even kind of put out your grievances, because there are pocket of grievance cells and all that you have in the university and organization. You can always do that. And, next is, the social worker ethical responsibility to the social work profession, maintaining the integrity of the profession. What is integrity? Integrity is, you should be truthful, honest, and in your dealings and all, because you have to see the big organization, they are managing 60 crores and these, that, and all, they are managing a huge sums. So your conduct should be such that you should not play with, play with the money that is being given to you for the specific purpose and all. You should not, try to just with the media help and all. You are trying to, many person, I've seen many of the social worker doing the, that this thing, an eye wash kind of work. They don't have any attributes of a good social worker, but they are, being seen everywhere in the media, but at the core they are just vacuum, and they are just void, and they are just there is nothing, there is no substance. So it's better to be better to choose some other profession, or if you are choosing any profession, be honest, be your real self, and try and be, and be not, when you are trying to see. Last time I read something that, somebody who goes slow in the professional achievement are the people who have very high level of values, in them. They are the ones who follow the code of ethics and all that. So today in the, it's very sad today in the era of, Google Baba, students are not even reading the books. They don't know the names of the book. Don't know the stalwarts of social work, but they are going and achieving their degrees from the best of the colleges and all, but they don't know who have really played a great role in creating a great foundation, who has laid the foundational stones. They just rise up and they speak and all. We should always honor the people who have made the strong foundation. And here I would like to talk about many people. I mean, I know of, my own Professor Kichlu sir and Mukhopadhyay sir, Bhatt sir, and many, I mean, now today's, era when we are seeing Vishnu sir, Lavani sir, I mean, there are Ravindra sir, I mean, they are doing it with a lot of values, intact values. So we have to learn from whoever has laid the strong foundation. So, and that comes with the utmost honesty. You should not say, oh, my achievement is because of my hard work, because of this. And if you have not read Siddiqui, you have never understood, what is group work and what is community work. If you have not read about community organizing, if you have not listened to, listen to Mukhopadhyay sir, you would have never understood how is it to, I mean, work in the field and do the research and all. So, I mean, these are the thing. If you have honesty at the core and you have intrinsic values intact in your personality, in your conduct as a professional, you would always have a space to honor people who are the past, who are the history. But you have to revive those history to bring out their contribution, because we are marching towards, creating a council. So all this stalwarts needs to be named because of their utmost value system. Not only that they used to sit in their cabin and rooms and they used to read and they have written and all. Singh sir, I know about people from Lucknow University. They have strove hard. They are best of the professors, Maharashtra, here, South India, North India. I mean, they are best of the professors we have. M.M. Singh sir, and if I have not named professors, and I'm very sorry, but a lot of gratitude to them and their work and their value system that has made them come at the national level. So such integrity the youngster should have. The sixth one is the social worker ethical responsibility to society, promoting the general welfare. So, all the participant, what I would like to tell all of you, there are students and all, our motto should be not only to get media presence, to get being written about you, being mentioned about you, and being there in the media all around and all. We should be able to bring ray of hope to that one student who everybody has said hopeless, not worthy enough. If you can help that not worthy enough person to come up as a worthy human being to survive on this earth, on this planet, oh, you are a great social worker. If you have made one change in one person, there are some time, we conduct our class and we forget, and suddenly on Teachers' Day, they express so many things about you. You have forgotten that you have spoken those lines, but student, they remember and they say, ma'am, after you spoke this line, my life has changed forever. The way I used to respect the way I used to take my relationship so casually, my mother's parents, the grannies, their grandfathers, elderly in the family, the beggars, the poor people, you downtrodden, the outcast people, Dalits, the tribals, the women, the children, the disabled, and we should be inclusive in our perspective, in our in our thoughts, in our feelings, and we should translate that feelings and thoughts into action. Then only you'll become an action-oriented professional. And since social work is a action-oriented professional, subject, it is very, very important that we start, behaving appropriately in our own homes. We are, we say that if you want to become a great, professional, you have to be the best in the darkest room. If your thought is good, that would translate into action, that would convert into behavior. So all that's, we say we are the product of our hereditary and socialization. No, we are the product of how we are going to transform ourselves. So indigenization is all about yourself, your inward looking, and religion is the same. So moral code of ethics should be able to help you to look inside you and understand what you are, self-assessment, self-awareness, and then assess every part of your personality, your any limitation of thoughts and all, your biasness with which you are brought up with, any prejudices that you are being brought up with because of your religious lessons and all, which is, because otherwise God wouldn't have created the same planet. They would have created a different planet for women, children, Dalits, different planet for this and all. But how, on the same planet everyone is created, and we have to have this inclusivity. We need to have a self-transformation. We should be self-motivated. We should be always checking our actions, our words, our deeds, and social worker, I'll tell you, we are not retired. So once we retire from the job, we might, our profession is so beautiful. A lawyer or anyone, medical doctor, they can retire and all. But social worker would never retire till we take a last breath. You know why? Because you can be a social worker in your social milieu, in your family, in among the new generation that are coming. So code of ethics, if you are drenched in, you are the most successful person to make change in one person, a group, a community, society, whole country, nation, and the universe. With this, I stop my presentation. Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for having given this opportunity. If there is question and all, I'm ready to answer. If there are none, then thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chandrakala, really, ma'am, for joining us on this wonderful occasion and sharing your valuable insights. As we always have this moral dilemma of, of course, we all have that consciousness of being ethical, but how much ethical is a moral dilemma we always face, because now the prevailing situation, society is not idealistic. So that's where we face this moral dilemma or ethical dilemma in conducting this education or practice. So, but still, we try our best at an individual level, at an organizational level, to have the best ethical practices that happen. Even on this platform also, many times I face this dilemma, moral and ethical dilemma, when inviting and when allowing presentations. But at the same time, we cannot be too idealistic, because when we are too idealistic, we'll be very conservative in nature and will not be able to open up ourselves. But at the same time, we need to provide opportunities for others, budding, students, professionals. And so always this dilemma has been there. But still, that is not our priority, because that comes at a different level. So when we have opened a platform for, initially for encouraging and at the same time emphasizing on the quality and ethics and standards. So it's always have been there, even in education, academics, even in practice also. But definitely we need to have the ethics and code of conduct in place, and we need to strictly follow that establishes our identity, unique identity as a profession. So as you rightly pointed out, and even our senior learned professors, Lavani sir and other Ani sir and everyone were talking about, we need to have somewhere strike the balance between this, and you have very well pointed out and explained how we can take it further. So this day was, from past 1 week, we have been listening to various deliberations, sessions, presentations, and it was very well going on. And it's the entire fraternity, though we can see that we are not, united in all aspects, but not even divided in all aspects. See, that unity in diversity is also there. Maybe in some aspects we are divided, in some aspects we are united. But at the whole, we are still united. That makes us, come together, work together. But still, overall, it's a great move by the fraternity. I would never say, I would never even, take the credit also, because being a spiritual person and being if I call myself as a student of my professor, I would be more happy that as a fraternity together, we could able to do whatever we are able to do today. But at the end of the day, there is a lot more we can do. We all can do. As definitely in coming days, we all can come together and have code of conduct, ethics being followed, not only in education, research, practice, and profession. So it is a great way to start, and already our senior professors have paved a way, laid foundations for that, and have taken to a very good level. But unfortunately, the things have changed so fast. So we are not able to catch up to the emerging professions. And due to prevailing conditions, most of the first generations are also coming into this education. And we need to address those challenges as well. But they are also doing very well, as even, many of the earlier speaker also has mentioned, majority of the population belongs to some indigenous populations, like scheduled tribes, scheduled caste, where they were deprived, or they were never part of the mainstream education. And now, thanks to all these things, that we are seeing many first generation students, and we cannot expect the high kind of professionalism that can be achieved in the very first generation. We are not able to achieve in the second, third generations. We have seen it, but definitely they are also aware. They are putting conscious efforts, and we'll also try to support them and empower them, that at least in coming days, in coming generations, we'll have that kind of professionalism or code of conduct over a period of time. So thank you, ma'am, once again for sharing your valuable insights. And on this occasion today, all the eminent speakers, senior professors have really made the day with wonderful presentations. So we thank you once again for taking your valuable time and being on the platform. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. And congratulations once again. And we wish you happy Social Work Day. Thank you. So with this, we shall conclude today's valedictory sessions. And we thank each and everyone who have been there for this entire 1 week sessions. Actually, today is an additional day we have reserved because the response was very good. And we really had run short of time. So it was very difficult, a challenge, in fact, to accommodate all the presenters. But in spite of that, somehow we have scheduled more presentations than actually presented. In that way, we could leverage from our side, and many could utilize the opportunity. And those who could not utilize the opportunity, no need to worry, because these are a kind of daily series of seminars, conferences that are happening. For us, basically, it's a platform for dissemination. But when we discuss together in fraternity, there are various requirements for academic requirements or for that. For us, we see that this is a platform for disseminating knowledge and gaining knowledge. And by which form or what form it is going is different. Again, it depends on the majority of their requirements. Either it goes in the form of conference, either it goes in the form of seminar, or it goes in the form of webinar. So that is secondary. But we ensure that the maximum benefit is given to the presenters and participants. So the form varies, but still the basic underlying principle still stands, that we are all here to disseminate knowledge and to gain knowledge, to share knowledge, and together grow in such a constructive, productive platform. So this is our platform. Time and again, I have been telling, and I will even tell in future also. I can assure you, this is our platform. Feel free to come. Feel free to share your knowledge, and let's together grow together, build together for a shared future and a bright future. And I really thank all the speakers for the day, especially Professor Ronaldo Donnell from Arizona University, USA, Dr. Indrajit Goswami, Professor from Alliance Business School, and also Professor Fatai Badru from University of Lagos, Nigeria, and also VG Harish Kumar from Head Department of Social Work from Sri Sabsri College, Kerala, and also Anish Kumar sir from Rajgiri College of Social Sciences, Kerala, and also our beloved, respected Professor Dr. B.T. Lavani sir and Dr. Chandrakala Diyali ma'am, and all the eminent speakers who have presented and gave insights into the way forward. So we thank each and everyone by name, and also all the presenters. Especially we have to thank and appreciate the presenters, because of you only we were able to, because of your encouragement, we were able to organize so many programs and the entire credit goes to you. So we will continue to organize more such programs with your support. It's our platform. Let's all together be part of the organizing team and be part of the participation. And let's all together grow. So with this, we shall end the valedictory session here. And those who could not present, they can join even from tomorrow also daily from 6 to 8 on the same platform with the same joining link. You can join and present daily on a daily basis. It's webinar series. And if you want, if there are a couple of presenters, we can also have a one-day seminar conference. The nomenclature changes as per the requirements of our fraternity. So no need to worry. Even if we have a couple of people, presenters, we can organize an event. That's not a problem if it is beneficial for you and it is contributing to your career advance. So that's not at all an issue. As long as it is productive, we will continue to support. So those who couldn't present, so there are a lot of opportunities coming up on the platform and elsewhere. So kindly utilize that opportunity and make your presentations. So as far as part certificates are concerned, I would like to share a few instructions. So generally the formality is you have to register for the conference and then you need to make presentation or participation. And then you need to fill the feedback form. Actually, the system is designed in such a way that because daily we cannot manually generate certificates. So as we know, organizing a program is like, taking up a marriage or constructing like a home. It's a huge task. Lot of inputs goes and lot of coordination is required. Human resources, time, money, and various resources goes on. And it's very difficult, and that too within a short time. And registrations also going on without any deadline, without not much time. It's really very hard to manage things. But in spite of that, we are able to manage the best efforts we can put. And beyond that, always there are certain things beyond our scope. So there the problem comes, the challenges are there, and we cannot also address them, because as a human beings, we all have that same 24 hours and we need to prioritize within that same 24 hours. Beyond that, we also don't have time. You also don't have time. That is where the problem comes, and that remains in the same state. So the only thing we can do is we can all collaborate, cooperate together and follow the instructions so that the system automatically compares the registration data and Zoom attendance and feedback data, and it automatically shortlists the names based on the eligibility criteria, and those names are automatically generated. For those names, certificates are automatically generated. This is a very simple process which we have been following since a couple of years. So where the problem comes when there is any discrepancy between these things, when the problem arises. But still, we are trying our best efforts to manually also intervene. But as long as the formalities are followed, the procedure is same. Sometimes, because of non-adherence to these formalities, things will get delayed. So all these things happen. So what I request is, and that's why we have kept registration forms open. Initially, we faced a lot of problems because of that's a system, that's a computer. It doesn't consider so many things. It just compares and gives whatever it has. So that's why, mistakes keep happening. So that's why we have kept registration form open till the end of the conference. So if you find at any point of time or date that registration data is not correct or has some discrepancy, you can always refill the form. So today we are concluding the conference. So certificates registration form is still open. Those who have not registered, kindly register. And those who have participated, fill the feedback form. Now the feedback form will be shared. It is already available on the website. I will also share in chat box. We have updated on the website. We will open it in a couple of minutes. And the quiz form is also circulated. You can attempt the quiz, and for that there is an additional certificate just by filling the quiz. In 2-3 days, we will all collate the data, and first we will give it to system. Once the feedback form is filled by tomorrow evening, day after tomorrow morning, we'll process, give it to system so that it will process and generate the data. And the final names along with the data will be given for certificate generation. So it will take 2-3 working days. So don't be in a hurry. The process will take time. And in the meanwhile, you can, if you require the proof of presentation, it's there. All the videos are there live. All the proceedings are there live. You can show that. YouTube links are there on the website also. You can show that and you can claim your attendance. And do complete all the formalities so that you can get your certificates at the earliest. So certificate links will be updated on the website. They are generated to a Google Drive folder, and the folder link will be shared on the website. So if at a time you cannot find your certificate, and if you are still eligible, you can fill up the registration form, complete the feedback form, and with the existing attendance, system will verify and we will generate the certificates. So that is with respect to certificates. Participation certificates for those who have participated, presentation certificates for those who have presented, and quiz certificates for all those who are attending, completing the quiz. These 3 kinds of certificates will be available on the website. So you can check the website link. I will share the feedback form in the chat box. It is already shared on the website, and we'll be sharing on all the platforms as well. So we have created a WhatsApp group, as many have been requesting. So kindly join. We observed that many did not join the group. You can join there so that in the next few days, we'll be sharing the details and updates. And we also requested all the presenters who have presented in past 1 week to share the details. Yesterday, we have sent mail to everyone. So kindly ensure that you are sending the details. Only after receiving that, we can process your certificate. So Kindly ensure that you are sending the details, and there were few requests also for co-authors, but we couldn't find co-authors, but there was one more request that supervisors also, somewhere asking for certificates, which we gave earlier also. So those who want certificates for their supervisors as well, they have to also register. The same procedure applies even now. So you can register for your supervisor as well, and complete the same formalities are same, and you have to mention co-author before name and before the title when you are registering your co-author, or if he or she is registering, then you can make a request, and then we will be issuing for your co-author or supervisor also. So that was the new thing, the request. So you can fill the form. In the feedback form also there is a provision. In the registration form also there is a provision to fill co-author or supervisor. Accordingly, you can fill that. So any other queries, you can take it. Otherwise, hope everything is clear. We have shared the feedback form in chat box. Yeah, we will open it. Just a second. But as already mentioned, all the presenters have to send their details, and we did not receive it, though we have mentioned everyone to send it. So we have not included the list of presentations in the feedback form. So we will see how, once we receive all the details, then we will officially put everything. On that, this is a simple feedback form without the feedback on presentations individually, as we are yet to receive the responses from the presenters. Once that is there, then we will see how to take feedback on it. So now you can start filling. You can refresh it. And fill the responses. Okay, then see you all for the series tomorrow onwards. If anyone is interested, you can join. You are always welcome for presentations also. I see a lot of presenters could not present, so you can utilize other days. You can join and make your presentations. So thank you everyone once again. If you have any queries, you can use the formats available on the website. All the details are mentioned. Kindly go through it. And all the presenters, kindly complete your formalities at the earliest. The more you delay, the certificates get delayed. So try to complete. Check your emails. We will also share the same. We have shared the same message in WhatsApp group. Join the WhatsApp group. Check your emails regularly. We'll also send you feedback form and quiz form today. Today it is not possible because today only we have sent a bulk email. So it will not allow today. So tomorrow we will send once again along with feedback form, quiz form. Those who haven't attempted quiz, you can attempt it. And those who have not filled the registration form can fill the feedback form. So day after tomorrow, we'll start processing the certificates for participants. So presenters, once you send the details, we will process your request. So thank you once again, everyone. We wish you all the success and thanks for your support and congratulations being part of the celebrations. And yeah, finally for the collaborators, if some has opted for co-signatories, kindly share your logos and signatures before certificates can be generated. So we have one more day time. So those who have not sent, you can send a request. So we'll see, consider, and if it is feasible, we'll try to incorporate them in certificates. Thank you once again, everyone. Take care. Good night.